the top. Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. It is a Friday, and it is a busy one here. I want to talk right now about the juvenile abatement program because summer break is approaching for so many districts across the Mid-South, and there are a lot of concerns about the skyrocketing juvenile crime across Memphis. And the mayor and some city leaders are very supportive of a juvenile abatement program. But some people say, well, not so fast. Now, we have Cindy Hawkins joining us live now on the Action News 5 digital desk to talk about this juvenile crime abatement program and both sides of this issue. Cindy, good morning to you.
Hey, good morning to you, Andrew. You mentioned that the juvenile crime is skyrocketing. More specifically, we know that the rise in car thefts is really prevalent right now in the city of Memphis. And Memphis Police has previously said people stealing those cars are between the ages of 14 and 17. So Memphis Police say they have to do something about that crime. They came up with the juvenile crime abatement program that basically takes minors who are out in the city of Memphis outside of their designated curfew time. They would be taken to a holding space. There was some confusion when this program was first released. People had many questions. Memphis Police originally said those minors would be taken into custody. They later said that it wouldn't be an arrest. They would open the Greenlaw Community Center in the downtown area as a holding space for those minors while their parents or guardians are being notified. So they're still working out the kinks of this program, but Memphis Police Chief C.J. Davis says they do plan to tentatively roll out this program next month.
You know, there is such an issue, Cindy, when it comes to juvenile crime that has skyrocketed. And I remember the numbers, and I don't have the exact numbers, but it was something like from May 11th through this year, there was something like 2,200 crime thefts in Memphis last year. Now it's up to 5,500, more than double, and a lot of these crimes committed by juveniles. Do we know what kind of alternative solutions these groups that are opposed to this juvenile abatement program want to do? Because right now, I know many Memphians that I talk with say we need to do something because we are at a critical level in Memphis.
Yeah, the group that will be holding or rallying, organizing later this evening, they haven't specified what those alternative solutions look like, but they are saying that they just believe that this system is problematic. They say that it's not evidence-based, it's not supported by research, nor did Memphis Police include community input when drafting this plan. So that's their major issue. They also attribute some of the things that children within MSCS, so we're specifically talking about the Memphis-Shelby County school system, students within that district, they say that they already are facing social issues. Some of those students, they attribute some of the students who are facing homelessness. So if you are a student experiencing homelessness, you're already outside past curfew because you have nowhere else to go. So they are just concerned that that group of students experiencing homelessness, as well as other students who may have something else going on in their home life, they would be targeted.
Okay, Cindy Hawkins reporting live for us at the Action News 5 digital desk there in Memphis. We appreciate that report. I want to show you right now our TDOT camera that is focused there on I-240 and Mount Moriah, and there was such a nasty crash that happened at about 4 o'clock this morning, and it has created such a mess for the morning commute. We had Taylor Tucker report on this all morning long. This was, again, I-240 headed away from the flyover, headed towards I-55, right by that 385 exit that was shut down for the better part of this morning. It is now open, as you can see here, and it looks like almost all lanes are finally moving at regular speed. You can still see the mess there with some of the emergency vehicles on the right side of your screen. It looks like most of the emergency vehicles are finally out of reducing lanes here, but it's still a mess that they're still trying to clean up here. Again, these are the lanes headed towards I-55. It has been a mess pass all morning long. If you can avoid that area of I-240 at Mount Moriah there, headed towards I-55, avoid it because it's still slow going at this hour. Want to also tell you about dozens of animals that are expected to be put down today at Memphis Animal Services because of the constant overcrowding at the shelter. The shelter workers have been pleading with the community to adopt or even foster a dog. And now we're learning about an organization that plans to protest this in response. They say there's an increase in euthanasia of dogs. And so many of these people, including this organization, Save the Dog, say they are planning a protest today at noon. It calls for the shelter, as the shelter looks to euthanize nearly 30 animals today. For weeks now, the Memphis Animal Services has been pleading for people to adopt animals. Another big issue is that the shelter had to rescue nearly 100 chickens involved in a cockfighting ring. That put the shelter in crisis mode. Yesterday's deadline plea was for the nearly 30 dogs that have been living in the shelter there for 1 month or longer. The shelter just says, look, it's a sad reality. The longer the dogs stay at the shelter, the more at risk they become. They start to become afflicted by kennel stress within about 10 days, and that can also lead to other behavior challenges depending upon the dogs. Again, it's not too late to make an adoption. The shelter says it's always looking for new homes that'll be safe and loving for pups that they take in. Of course, we'll have more on the protests and any other updates with regards to Memphis Animal Services on Action News 5. I want to go now to the teen that has been arrested and charged with murder for her classmates, a suspected overdose. You'll recall that happened in Fayette County in the parking lot of Fayette Ware High School. The 17-year-old appeared in court yesterday. She was released into the custody of her grandmother. She's on house arrest with an ankle monitor and can only attend school and counseling. And I want to show you a balloon release here. That happened last night. These are for the two Fayette Ware High School juniors, a 16 and a 17-year-old who died of a suspected drug overdose. Students, faculty, and friends certainly mourning those young teens. Want to also tell you about what happened in Oxford, Mississippi. Certainly kind words being said this morning about the former Mississippi State Senator Johnny Morgan, who died in a plane crash in Arkansas. He flew a plane from Oxford, Mississippi to Arkansas. That's a picture of him here. He served in the 80s in the Mississippi State Senate, well known for political speeches at his property in Oxford. And more than one friend recalled how influential he was in various political circles.
You didn't get involved in Mississippi politics or serve anywhere in Mississippi government without knowing Johnny Morgan. He was an institution of sorts, a kind of public servant that you don't see a lot of today. I mean, he was kind of a time in politics that's long gone by.
Morgan was the only person on board the plane and was considered a very experienced pilot. Can police hold you at gunpoint without a warrant? Well, that's the question two renters are asking after police mistakenly raided their apartment in the middle of night. Our national investigative reporter Brendan Keefe looks into this case that happened in Georgia.
Roswell Police, if you're inside, make yourself known now.
No knock.
Roswell Police, come to the sound of my voice. You heard the door close.
No warrant.
Hey, man, come. Show me your hands. Show me your hands. Manos arriba.
Were you afraid? ¿Tuviste miedo?
Sí, tuve miedo.
Yes, I was afraid. I was scared.
Aquí ahora.
Officers forced Mario Melgar from his apartment at gunpoint and took him into custody.
Get him out of the way.
¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? Why?
Pues no sé por qué.
Well, I don't know because they put the handcuffs on me for nothing.
7-8, 1-10. Is someone living?
Is it supposed to be vacant?
It's not supposed to be vacant.
Okay.
The officers with a specialized unit were looking for squatters in vacant apartments in June of last year. A broken window attracted their attention.
This is 100% supposed to be vacant. About 90% sure.
The armed entry team had their doubts from the beginning.
Looks pretty furnished.
Hold it, I can go confirm.
You go confirm before we go further into this.
Detective Charles Craig checked the rent roll again and again.
A bunch of squatters, but I don't think this is going to be related.
That apartment was listed as occupied and fully paid up on rent.
Do you live here? Yeah. You live here? Yeah. Okay, show them vacant.
Even after Detective Craig checked the list, Mario and his roommate Marco were detained as suspects.
Pero tienes derechos. You have rights.
Exactamente.
Exactly.
The rent roll that you're referring to, the document that you were checking for vacancies on, where did you receive that document from?
I got it from the property manager.
Both Detective Craig and the officer with the ballistic shield and gun just inside the apartment received paychecks from the city and from the apartments.
Did you know Officer Craig worked for this apartment complex as an extra job?
No.
When a private business hires an off-duty police officer, they get more than just the person. They get the police uniform, the officer's badge, the officer's gun, their arrest powers, and in some cases, on-duty loyalty to their off-duty employer.
I f***ed up. I read the list wrong. It wasn't their list that was wrong. I read it wrong.
We don't know how much money the apartments paid any of the officers because the Roswell Police Department doesn't track off-duty hours or pay.
How long after that time when you realized this apartment wasn't on the list of vacant apartments did you finally release the person who was in handcuffs?
Too long, 10, 15 minutes.
Okay. And during that 10 to 15 minutes, if you had to estimate, how many more times do you think you lied to try to save face during that interaction with the officers and the person who was handcuffed?
Multitude on the same thing to try to save face and try to make it go away.
I don't understand. They're supposed to be here?
Yeah, they're good. They live here.
Mario and Marco were released with an apology.
When we determined the officer lied, he was told that he was going to be terminated and he quit before he was fired.
What would you like to see changed?
I would like them to be more careful
Tengan cuidado.
Show me your hands.
so that type of things don't happen again.
Get him out of the way.
Let's talk about the World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest. Once again, back down by the river, Tom Lee Park. And man, oh man, it is looking fantastic. Teams prepping for a busy weekend, hoping to take home top prizes. And we all know the teams know barbecue better than anyone. And it is truly an art. Take a listen.
Like being on a sports team, you all each have a job and you work together. A little bit more tired than I was in any sport I ever played, but that's the fun and the thrill of winning. It keeps you going.
That's Mike Rood. He is intense about it. I know him on a personal level, and he never misses a year when it comes to Barbecue Fest. The World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest ends on Saturday. Check out that cover. Memphis Magazine this month, May edition, beautiful. Look at that. That reminds me of late spring, some summer, local adventures. And someone that's been taking some local adventures and posting it on social media, Anna Traverse Vogel, joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. I love the cover, and I love talking about all kinds of different adventures across Memphis and the Mid-South.
Yeah, so we've got a cover story focus on what we're calling local adventures. We've sometimes called this staycation, but you know, I feel like local adventures really sums it up more in terms of being able to get out of your house, getting into the world, and really exploring and trying on some new activities. So as you can see on the cover, one of the things that we went out and did so that we could report back to our readers is we went canoeing on the Mississippi River. So there's a local guide named Matthew Burdine who has been taking folks out in these really impressive canoes, which sounded a little bit unwise to me at first, but I have to say, once I got out there, I absolutely had a blast. I actually ended up going out twice because it was just so much fun and such a unique way to see our city. So what you see on the cover is actually a group of people in a canoe, and that is the Mississippi River, not some placid lake. So it's really quite an experience, but highly, highly recommend.
So I'm looking at that picture, Anna. That seems like a lot of people in a canoe. You're not in there, is there?
No, so that's actually a different group, and that's a photo that Matthew allowed us to use. But our canoes that we went out on with him were just as long, and he has these really impressive canoes that have really large hulls, and like they're just very, very sturdy. I think maybe seaworthy type of canoes. I'm not an expert, but you feel a lot more secure in this canoe. And of course, so much of it is that Matthew is an experienced guide. He used to take people out on the Colorado River and, just really knows what he's doing. So even though a small part of me, having grown up in Memphis and having this healthy respect, shall we say, for the river, I thought I was going to be petrified. As soon as we actually got out there, I was like, this is amazing. I had such a good time. It was almost like giddy making.
Well, you sold it well in your social media post talking about it. I'm totally sold on it. And being an Eagle Scout myself and gone canoeing plenty of times, not only just with me, but also with my son, who's also an Eagle Scout. I love the outdoors, and I love all kinds of different things, including canoeing. So I'm really interested to read it and
I grew up canoeing on, smaller rivers and lakes. So, the motion of the paddle feels very familiar, but it just would never have occurred to me to go canoeing on our river here. So it really did sort of reintroduce me to my own hometown. And, what Matthew talks about is like some places have a vertically grand world, like mountains or the Grand Canyon or what have you, but our part of the country, the Delta, has a horizontally grand aspect to it. And so I thought that was a really unique way of seeing where we've been living all this time.
Yeah, that would be ambitious to canoe the Mississippi River. I'm with you, though. I would definitely.
And he's actually done the whole thing.
That is intense.
So a few years ago, apparently he canoed all of it. I don't know that I'm up for that just yet.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. All right, so Anna, tell us more about the magazine, because we got the adventure pages here. What else?
Yeah, absolutely. So also in our local adventure section, we didn't just go canoeing. We also sent our writers out to do all sorts of fun stuff. So Frank went out and did some rock climbing at Memphis Rocks in Soulsville. We went out to some listening rooms, over to the Botanic Gardens, a baseball game at AutoZone Park, just all sorts of different things that you can do to get active in Memphis this spring and summer. And then we also have a story in this issue about pet rescue. So, we talk to people who are doing several different kinds of pet rescue. All of my animals are rescue pets who have come to me one way or another, but we just sort of compiled different groups who are involved in local animal rescue. One that sometimes transports animals on planes, a woman who's very active on TikTok, but uses that as a platform to publicize the animals that she rescues. A woman who actually uses leftover copies of our sister publication, the Memphis Flyer, in kitten rescue. So, they say print is dead. But
I love it. I love it. Now, I do have a question, Anna. The artist of that pet rescue, is that anyone we would know?
No, that is an image that our art director found in his databases.
I gotcha. Okay. All right. And then what I loved also looking through this month's edition here is the farmhouse. I love the pictures.
Yes. So that was such a cool find. We do these habitats features on a pretty regular basis where we ask people to let us into their dwellings. And yeah, so this month, Chris McCoy, who handles most of our habitats, our homes features, he brought this one to us, and it's such a cool story because it's this home that's like on Walnut Grove. It's over 100 years old, but it started its life as a farmhouse back when, you know, there wasn't much happening in that part of Shelby County. I mean, back in 1919, when the home was built, I don't know that there would have been very much around it. And, you know, it looks like the current owners have really done a spectacular job. I have to admit, I'm fairly jealous of that kitchen. But, you know, I think that's really what these stories allow us to show is, like, you know, you might drive past a place every day for years and years and always sort of wonder, I wonder what it's like inside that place. Well, we try to answer that question for you because I think we all have that curiosity. And this place just looks so stunning and so inviting.
I agree, and I think back to that house that you guys showcased a few months ago in Binghamton that was just beautiful, and someone had taken over. That was gorgeous, and so I love it when you guys do it, and it was certainly nice to see. Again, this is the latest edition of the Memphis Magazine here. Beautiful cover, talking about local adventures, pet rescue, farmhouse, and much, much more. Anna, before we let you go, anything else you wanted to mention about this month's edition?
Just a quick little shout out to the small story that's on the last page of the magazine that's about Kong Wee Peng, who is the artist who designed this year's Memphis in May art poster, the official poster. And it is just absolutely beautiful. Kong Wee Peng lives and works in Memphis, but is actually from Malaysia, which is being saluted this year. So it's a really nice story about her and about the poster. And I have to say, it's just really, really stunning. I'll put it up here. So I thought that was a nice thing to spotlight, and that's how we close the magazine as we open the month. And we've got Music Fest this weekend, so I know everyone's excited to see how that goes.
Well, if you're at Music Fest and you see someone canoeing the Mississippi River, it might be Anna Traverse Vogel. She's sold on it. So seriously, appreciate you as always, Anna. I love it. I'm really looking forward to getting my edition in the mail. And thanks so very much for joining us. Print is not dead, emphatically. So thank you for all that you do.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Appreciate you.
Every 24 minutes, a baby is born in the U.S. and experiencing opioid withdrawal. Can you believe that? Every 24 minutes, newborns exposed to opioids during pregnancy are at risk for a condition. It's called neonatal opioid withdrawal syndrome, with the acronym NOWS. NOWS. A crazy situation here that we're just beginning to learn more about. I want to talk with Dr. Leslie Young. She's a practicing neonatologist at the University of Vermont Children's Hospital to talk more about this. Dr. Young, good morning to you. Tell me about the research and what does it show about the care when it comes to these opioid-exposed newborns. Good morning.
Good morning. So our research has shown that by using the ESC or Eat, Sleep, Console care approach, we are able to reduce the amount of medications that babies receive following delivery by about 60%. And we are able to shorten their length of stay and the duration of time until they're ready to go home by about a week. So it's really exciting research.
Oh, okay, so Eat, Sleep, and Console, ESC. So tell me, first off, that stat just blew my mind. Every 24 minutes, a baby's born in the U.S. that has some sort of opioid withdrawal. I mean, If that doesn't tell you how bad the opioid epidemic is in this country, that stat should. I didn't even know it was that big. And so can you explain, the problem when a baby is born addicted to opioids, and what are some of the problems that nurses see? And now that there's this new approach, that there's an opportunity there. Just take us through, because I know our viewers might, this is the first time they're probably hearing of this.
Yeah, so it's mirroring the opioid epidemic, which you've highlighted as a significant problem. Babies aren't actually born addicted to opioids. Addiction requires a psychological piece of kind of seeking behavior despite consequence. So what we actually see is that babies are born with some degree of dependence and then experience withdrawal following delivery. These babies can have increased muscle tone or muscle tightness. They can be quite jittery when disturbed, or even just when laying there, they can have jittery movements. They can have digestive issues with diarrhea. They can have difficulties feeding. They can be challenging to console and to keep from crying. And so babies can have some degree of withdrawal if they've been exposed to opioids in the womb. And this exposure can be of prescribed medications or illicit. So our job as clinicians is to care for these infants in a way that keeps them safe. And the ESC care approach is the effective way that we've found to do that, by really optimizing non-pharmacologic or non-medication-based care, so supportive care, having the baby in a low stimulation environment, dark setting, low light, swaddled, or even better yet, skin to skin with mom or another family member, as a really effective way to care for these babies.
Tell me how bad this problem is in Tennessee. We're in Memphis. We broadcast to Mississippi, Arkansas, and West Tennessee. Do you have any numbers closer to home?
Yeah, I don't have numbers off the top of my head for your area, but I'll say those are areas that are impacted quite a bit by the opioid epidemic. And as I said, the exposure to babies while in the womb has mirrored the epidemic. And so we've seen increasing numbers since 2010 and hope to see those numbers stabilize here soon. But as of yet, we've not seen that to be the case.
You mentioned Eat, Sleep, Console is the newest care approach to these babies that are experiencing opioid withdrawal. How does that differ from the traditional method?
Yeah, so the traditional method had at its foundation a scoring tool called the Finnegan Neonatal Abstinence Scoring Tool, which was developed in the 70s and used ever since because we didn't have another alternative. It tends to be quite subjective. It's looking at all the possible signs and symptoms of withdrawal, and the baby gets a score. So things like sneezing and this jitteriness I talked about contribute to a baby's score, and then that score is used to dictate whether or not the baby gets medication. It tends to be subjective. We've found that it overestimates the need for medication, so more babies were receiving medication than probably needed to be. And so this alternative really looks at the functional components of what does it take to be a baby, what do they need to be able to do, and if they can eat, sleep, and be consoled in a reasonable way, then they're doing okay, and their withdrawal is well supported.
Fantastic. And how does this research really address the opioid crisis? I mean, not only across here in the Mid-South, but nationally?
That's a great question. It's one part of a very large puzzle, as you've alluded to, but one that I think I'm very excited to say we're making inroads on. The HEAL initiative, the Helping to End Addiction Long-Term initiative, is a very, very large initiative funded by the NIH that's looking to improve supports and within communities and care across all individuals who are impacted by the opioid crisis. It's bringing a lot of hope to communities, and it's really exciting and portends a bright future for those impacted by opioid use disorder.
You know, this is interesting, Dr. Young. Is there any place people can go for more information about this? Because, you know, the opioid crisis in our area is fairly significant.
Yeah, so the HEAL Initiative has a webpage, and specifically for this study that can be accessed at www.heal.nih.gov/ESC, and that stands for Eat, Sleep, Console.
Okay, Dr. Leslie Young at the University of Vermont Children's Hospital, we appreciate you talking with us and informing us about this very important issue. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Okay, May is National Trauma Awareness Month, and this year at Regional One Health, the focus is on roadway safety is no accident. That's the theme, roadway safety, no accident. And there are plenty of, I guess you could say, overly enthusiastic drivers on I-240. That is putting it a very nice way. It might be a good time to just kind of remind people about some good safety measures, some friendly reminders about road safety tips and ways you should be driving, dealing with distracted driving, maybe drowsiness driving, speeding, that sort of thing. Because across the country, believe it or not, there is a rise in motor vehicle related injuries and deaths. Let's bring in Josh Dougal. He's with the trauma department there, the Elvis Presley Trauma Center at Regional One Health. He's the program manager. And Josh, good morning to you. I want to start with some of the issues that you see each and every day at Regional One. Tell me about some of those significant injuries that are treated there when it comes to road safety. Good morning.
Absolutely. Good morning to you. Thank you for allowing us to talk about the roadway safety is one of the initiatives that we need to be really focusing on. So as you all may know or may not know, Regional One and the Elvis Presley Trauma Center is the only trauma center in 150 miles in every direction. So we truly care for the entire community here when at their most hour of need following a traumatic injury. Car accidents represent about a third of the total number of patients that come through here. So over 2,100 people are treated for car accidents at our trauma center, and most of them are quite severe.
Okay, 21 different, 21 car accidents. Is that in a given month or?
No, 2,100 in a year. So in 2022.
Gotcha.
So yes, over 2,000 patients coming in here.
Wow. That okay. My understanding is that one of the main reasons why there are so many car crashes is that people are distracted inside their car, whether it's the radio or, you know, essentially the computers, the dashboard, or just the phone. I mean, gosh, it drives me nuts when I'm driving at night or early in the morning and the sun isn't out yet, and I see the glow of the phone in people's face while they're driving. How bad how bad is distracted driving from your perspective, Josh?
Yeah, we know that distracted driving absolutely increases the rate of car accidents. As you just said, you know, there is literally a computer that sits inside of your car, and people seem to take precedence over making sure that they're logged in or plugged in or have their playlists up or their music set before they ever even really start paying attention as to where they're driving. And one of the things they're key that they're forgetting is wearing their seatbelt. So taking a look at our information from our trauma center here, about 50% of people that come into our trauma center involved in a car accident aren't wearing their seatbelt. And what that does to you is it doubles the chance of you actually dying from your injuries while you're at our trauma center. And that's not even talking about the people that may pass away at the car wreck scene before they ever even arrive to us. So it's huge to be thinking about reducing the ways that you're being distracted by driving. And then also remember those key fundamentals of just buckling up is so important.
So, I mean, you know, when I'm driving on 240, so after this is done, you know, I'm going to be going on 240 there, and the weaving in and out of some of these cars that are going at a high rate of speed, I mean, what's the best way to just kind of guard against some of these overly enthusiastic drivers, let's just say?
Well, I love the way that you put that. Always trying to put a smile on the driving habits of some of our colleagues out on the road. But I think the most important thing that we can do is to be active drivers and use defensive driving techniques. So again, making sure that you're distracted as little as possible, always trying to do what you can to anticipate what somebody else may be doing in front of you. Remembering back from whenever we all took our driver's test and they talked about appropriate following distances in front of the car that is in front of us, and making sure that you're ready for an evasive maneuver. Again, hands at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel is always important. Making sure that you're wearing appropriate shoes so that you can control your accelerator and gas pedal and brake pedal are all really great tips.
Okay, fantastic. And when it comes to drowsy driving, because we also see that, and you know, I work a very different schedule. I come in early in the mornings at like 4 o'clock, and then I leave, you know, at about noon time. That kind of schedule, you see all kinds of different people with drowsy driving. How much of an issue is that?
Yeah, it's really hard to actually put a direct number on it, but we do see that our car accidents do seem to peak not only late at night, but early in the morning. We know that the culture of the United States is that for people to work, and to not really take care of themselves and always kind of relying on things to keep themselves awake, such as caffeine or loud music, which again doesn't really pay off whenever we're thinking about driving and making sure that we're actually alert and able to avoid those accidents.
Okay, so anything else? I mean, you've talked about making sure you're buckled in, be defensive when it comes to these overly aggressive drivers, trying to stay alert as much as possible when you're behind the wheel. What else can we say that you haven't touched on, Josh?
Yeah, I would say one of the things that really is key is modeling good behaviors. So as we are all adults in our cars, we're driving around, if anything that we can do to model good behaviors to our younger drivers. So if our kids see us as their parents wearing our seatbelts and staying off of our phone and lessening the chance of having that distraction and also being properly restrained, that'll really pay off to our children who are going to eventually become the drivers. And then they'll be on the road with us, hopefully better prepared than we were as their adults.
Absolutely. Josh, is there any place you would recommend? We have thousands of people that join us here on the Digital Desk each and every day. Any place you'd recommend where people can go online, just kind of check out some of these?
Absolutely, yes. I will send you the link, but the National Highway Traffic Safety Alliance is a fantastic place to look for up-to-date information about what is happening in our state and across the country with rules and regulations regarding car safety. Also, you know, just touch on one more thing. Remember to continue to wear your helmet as your motorcycle riders are out and about, and also keeping an eye out for them as you're changing lanes to make sure that you don't run into them and cause another accident.
Good advice. Josh Dougal, Trauma Program Manager at Elvis Presley Trauma Center at Regional One Health. Josh, we really appreciate your time this morning. Thanks for the tips.
Thanks for having me. Have a great day and wear your seatbelt.
Amanda Hansen back here at the Action News 5 Digital Desk. And this morning we want to talk about shingles. A lot of times I think people believe that this happens in older people, but if you didn't know, it can happen in younger people too. And so joining us now to talk more about this is Dr. Sarah Lynn Walters with Regional One Health. Good morning, doctor. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm glad to be talking with you because I think this is such an interesting topic. And one reason why, my sister, she's in her early 30s, recently had the shingles. And she was like, I had no idea at this, at this age that I could get that sort of thing. So I felt like this is such a great topic to talk about a little bit more. So I guess first off, let's just talk about what shingles is.
Okay, so shingles is actually what we refer to as herpes zoster. And so this is an infection that you can get from having a prior infection with chickenpox. It comes from the same virus. And so when you had chickenpox, that virus remained in your body, but it remained dormant or inactive. And for various reasons later in life, then you reactivate that virus and it causes shingles, which is a rash similar to chickenpox, but it's in one area of your body on one side that causes the same blistering, rash, and burning that you may have when you had chickenpox in the past.
Are there things that can trigger shingles in individuals, such as stress, something like that?
It's a theory that stress may induce shingles. One of the things that we do know is that shingles reactivate when your body's immune system is at its lowest. And that's why we tend to hear, you don't get shingles until you're older, because when you're a young child or when you're an older adult or past the age of 65, your immune system starts to weaken. And so now that we're seeing it in people that are under the age of 50, there is some concerns about, multifactorially, whether we have younger people that are sicker, and so they have some reduced immune system, or other stressors that cause your immune system to be lower at that time, including COVID that we just went through the pandemic.
That's a good point with COVID. Who's most at risk, though? We've kind of touched on, a lot of times people see this in older people. Are those the ones that are most at risk?
So those and anyone who has a weakened immune system. So about 1 in 3 of us will get shingles in our lifetime. And the ones who tend to be the most at risk are people who are over 50. And that's why the vaccines are recommended for that age group. And then anyone that has any type of immunity or weakened immunity. So from various diseases, like say HIV, if that was uncontrolled, children that have, immune disorders, or even adults with cancers and things like that, that may have weakened immunity.
It makes sense. Thank goodness there's the chickenpox shot that's now available. They didn't have that when I was a kid, and I remember my mom would take me around kids that had the chickenpox so I would get it at a young age. So I guess let's talk about some of the signs, symptoms that people need to look out for, and maybe would alert them that maybe this is what they have.
So the first thing that people tend to feel is like a burning, almost like an internal itch in an area of their body. It can be the trunk of your body. It can be on an arm, a leg, or a face. And so that's the first thing you started feeling without seeing the rash. About 5 to 7 days into that is when you start seeing kind of the fluid-filled rash that we come so comfortable with for chickenpox. And, of course, chickenpox is not as common. So there may be some people who've never actually seen the blistering rash, but it then blisters up in that same area, one side of your body, and over time, then that crusts over like you would have with a typical chickenpox. Some people may end up having fevers associated with it or abdominal pain, but the primary problem is the rash on one side of your body.
My sister, she immediately was she felt like it was that nerve pain. I mean, she said it was horrible. She ended up, she's not one that would just go into the emergency room. She ended up in the emergency room wanting to know what was going on. And then, of course, a few days later, that's when that rash appeared and it became evident that that's what it was. But at first it was kind of like, what is this? And she's a nurse, which is interesting enough. But I know we touched on this some, but younger people, why is it, you think, that more younger people are getting shingles like this? I know we mentioned the stress. Is that kind of, and just the weakened immune system, is that kind of really what it's all about?
There's a couple different theories. And actually, if you look at the data, it shows that, as time has been going on, younger people are having higher rates of shingles than people over 50. They're starting to plateau a little bit. One of the major thought process is that if you were born before 1980, just like you talked about with your mom, everyone kind of got shingles naturally, or chickenpox, naturally. And so that chickenpox immunity they're feeling may be a little stronger than the vaccines we're now getting. And so you have kind of younger persons who, you know, don't remember getting chickenpox or may not have the vaccine early enough. And then that causes a weaker immunity than if you had chickenpox when you were for the older population. And so because of that, they feel that, you know, it doesn't protect you as well. And so that reactivation is quicker. There's also some theories about the chickenpox vaccine that you used to get in the past was a live vaccine. And so that may have induced kind of that reactivation.
This is just so interesting to me, just because my sister was personally affected by this. Let's talk a little bit more about shingles itself. How long does it last? How contagious is it to pass along to other people?
Okay, so like we discussed, you know, that burning, nerve pain, itching that you may feel, that usually is about the first 5 days. And around that time, you are not contagious. You aren't contagious until you have those blistering rashes that are starting to open. And so that's usually in that first 7 to 10 days is when you start seeing that blistering rash. Over time, that crusts over. So once it's crusted, again, you're no longer contagious. And overall, the whole exposure can last for about 2 to 4 weeks in terms of getting the burn-in, getting the rash, having the rash kind of clear up and everything resolve. It can take about 2 to 4 weeks. Unlike chickenpox, it is only contagious when you touch the fluid from the blister and rash. So for most people, they can just cover up that rash and make sure that they wash their hands pretty well and not interact with it. And in that situation, you won't be contagious to others.
So does it help to get shingles early?
It does not, because there is an opportunity that you can get it a second time. Most people only get it once in their lifetime, but conceivably you get it earlier, then you have that chance of, you know, as you get older and your immunity weakens again, to be able to get it a second time.
I was going to ask you, is it something that you can get again? And so you answered that question for me, which, oh, I hope I don't end up with it at some point. But after experiencing what happened with my sister, I'm just like, wow. What about treatment? Does treatment depend? Does it vary from person to person on what works to help with either the nerve pain, the rash? How is it treated?
So when you do know or have, just like your sister, have a inkling that, you know, there's a rash or something is going on, you want to get treated with antiviral medication. So you have acyclovir or valacyclovir. Those are antivirals that you want to give within the first 48 or 72 hours. And that reduces not only the duration of the rash and the symptoms, but it reduces your chance of having what we call post-herpetic neuralgia, which is a complication that you can get after shingles, where that burning and that pain in that area actually never goes away.
I've heard about that. I've actually done stories with people that have it's just debilitating and awful. What about the vaccine? We've talked about the vaccine some. Who should get it? When should they get it? Tell us more.
So for the shingles vaccine, it's recommended for patients or persons over the age of 50, and it's a 2-shot vaccine. Now, if you have a weakened immune system, or say someone that has, you know, cancer, and we know that's going on, then your provider, your physician can order for you to get the vaccine earlier than the age of 50. It's available, however, it's an expensive vaccine. So if you want to go based on recommendations, then those would be the persons that are more likely to have that shingles is age 50 and above.
With more people, more younger people seeing shingles, do you think eventually that might be altered a little bit on the age?
It could be, because initially it was actually 65 and above, and so they reduced it to 50. And like we talked about, the data is showing that, you know, patients or persons over 65 and 70, the number of persons getting shingles have kind of plateaued, so it's not getting any higher. But the numbers that are going up are mostly in the people in, you know, the 40 to 50 range, and of course the younger ones are starting to go up. So I think if that trend continues, you might see the recommendation continue to drop.
Well, Dr. Walters, this interview has been so interesting to me. Is there anything else that you want to mention before we let you go?
In addition to getting the shingles vaccine, which is for over 50, get your chickenpox vaccine. So that is one of the things that will help kind of reduce the chances of you having that reactivation. So they kind of go hand in hand since they're the same virus. It's just at different presentations.
Well, good deal. Well, Dr. Walters, I really appreciate your time, and thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. We've been talking since Sunday, I would say. Sunday, we got word, at least I did, when I looked at my phone Sunday morning before I went to church, and I saw something that I thought was maybe a replay of what we saw 2 months ago. Ja Morant in an Instagram Live video holding a gun, and this time he was a passenger in a car. Well, immediately he was trending on Twitter, trending on social media. The Grizzlies organization suspended him. He released a statement last night. The commissioner of the NBA, Adam Silver, he weighed in on it. He was simply disappointed, he said. And right now, there's just so many moving parts. There's a lot of frustration. There's a lot of anger. There's a lot of sadness and disappointment. And I want to talk more clarity about this issue, what it means, what the future is going to be, with my friend, our sports director at Action News 5, Doc Holliday, joining us on the digital desk. Doc, it's always great to talk to you, always great to see you. Give me your first response once you saw that video Sunday morning. What went through your head?
Well, first of all, Andrew, your producer, Amanda, man, thank you all for having me. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. My team, my Action News 5 team. My initial response was, I was shocked. I was surprised. I was kind of taken aback. Like I said, my guy, Jay Williams, sent me a text, and I didn't get it till I woke up Sunday a.m., headed to the barbershop, and he was like, "Hey, Doc, what's up? What's up with your boy, man? He got another video." So I'm looking at my phone, I'm trying to focus my eyes and wake up. And I'm like, I know Ja hadn't posted another video doing it. And when I saw it, I was really just speechless. It's nothing I really could say. I was speechless. I was disappointed, but I was also understanding, because I immediately took myself back to his age, 23, 33, and I tell my dad or tell somebody, I ain't gonna do it again. I ain't gonna do it again. Then I do it again. They'd be like, I thought you said you weren't gonna do it again. So I was just shocked and disappointed, and I was speechless. I was, Andrew.
Yeah, likewise, Doc, and I saw some of your videos that you posted outside the barbershop, and then you were going in to the barbershop, and always enjoy your videos, by the way, Doc. Appreciate you putting that out there. And so, it's been a few days, and so we're all still trying to wrap our head around what may happen, what may not happen. And looking right now at just kind of formally, okay, what does the Grizzlies organization do now? Does it change up draft strategy? Does it change up what they do next season? What do you think?
Well, they definitely have to, they have to address how they're going to, go into the season, because they have to be ready for Ja missing some games. I would say at least 15 games, because they gave him 8 this past time. I think anything more than that, seeing that no one was hurt and, he didn't get arrested or anything like that, I think the NBA Players Association will fight back anything longer than that. But no, I think the Grizzlies still need to address what they need to address in the draft. They need a swing. They need a 3-4. They need another big man. They need to focus on that. They need a defender. Someone who wants to go out there and play a role and be a part of these pieces, because Ja's going to be here at least for the next 5 years. His new contract kicks in at the beginning, starting next season. So I think they need their draft principle and draft strategy need to be the same before this situation even happened, because Ja's going to be here, and they just still need to add pieces to go with him and go around him.
How do we fix this, Doc? I mean, here's a situation. So many people have weighed in. A lot of people locally here in Memphis and the Mid-South trying to figure out exactly how to fix this, because as you mentioned, he is 23, but here he is blessed with a $200 million plus contract. He's the face of the organization, the franchise. Many would say he's the face of Memphis right now across the country. He's been given a lot, but also he is subjected to a lot of scrutiny, whether that's fair or unfair. How do we fix him and in turn fix this mess?
I think that's part of the problem. Too many people trying to fix him when a lot of us can't fix ourselves. The only entity to me, because I believe in the creator, the Most High God, the only entity, power that can fix him is the creator, the Most High. Just like the creator is the only one who could fix me. When I was young and making dumb mistakes, everybody projecting all this vitriol and this anger on them. I can understand you being disappointed, but the anger and all the passion that, just disdain that people have for him, it's perplexing to me, because I got to be honest. Young black men, we don't get a chance, and black men, period. We're going to have an honest conversation. We don't have the pleasure or get the opportunity to make multiple mistakes and people forgive us. A lot of time we get one mistake. That's it. Other people, the fact of the matter, get chance after chance after chance after chance. They get forgiven. But us, one mistake, I told you, get them out of here, throw them away. And so many of us get thrown away. So a lot of us be angry. We feel helpless. We feel like we're not worth anything because no one wants to give us chance after chance when we make mistakes like everybody else, but we held to such a higher standard. And not only that, we're living in an environment, in a world where it's a quadruple standard when it comes to us. So we can't fix Ja. God has to fix Ja, and Ja has to look in the mirror himself. And a lot of times that comes with maturity, that comes with time, because it took me a long time to grow up. I was a star athlete thinking I could do anything that I wanted to do because the world was telling me and showing me I can do anything I wanted to do because I got away with it. But once those lights turned off and that celebrity dimmed and the athletic career was over, now you start getting held accountable and having repercussions for things you used to do when nothing used to happen to you. So now you're like, oh, I get in trouble for this? So yeah, he did something 2 months ago. He was caught flashing a gun on Instagram. I ain't gonna do it again. Then he gets caught again 2 months later, and now people ready to throw him away. I'm not gonna do that because all of us, if God just threw all of us away after we said we weren't gonna do something and did it again over and over and over again, none of us will be here. So we can't ask the Creator for mercy and forgiveness when we're not willing to give it.
Let me ask you this, though. I mean, is it an issue of maturity? Is it an issue that's the wrong friend group? I mean, you deal and you see, T. Morant, his father. You've talked to him plenty of times. I've seen you at Grizzlies games. Always great to see you there. You're in the mix with these folks. And so what is going on when you see a video like that? I know you mentioned he's 23. What else are you seeing?
Well, it's a culture thing. That's what's glamorized in our culture, and that's just the fact of the matter. It's the music, it's the rap life, it's the thug life, it's all those things. That's what's promoted. That's what glamorized, and people think just because Ja's rich, and he's not only he's rich, he's wealthy. Those are two different things. And he's a handsome young man. He has a great personality. He has great career. He has all of that, but he's still a young, impressionable mind. He has a young, impressionable mind. Now, people can disagree with T. Morant's parenting skills as far as that's concerned. I don't operate with my children like that because my children we're friendly, but you're not my friend. I love you, but if I see you doing something you're not supposed to do, me as a loving parent, just me as a loving person, I'm supposed to pull your coattail. Now, I see T with his daughter and his wife taking care of business like a father is supposed to. But I also see him out, with his son, hanging out, kicking it. I wouldn't operate that way. And I think he's learning lessons, and we're all learning lessons. He's learning lessons, just like Ja's learning lessons. So I blame it on, it's a culture thing, and these are things I go discuss to the young people in my community all the time, because there are a lot more people like me. There are a lot more black men and black women like me who are living the right way, being law-abiding, dealing with the inequality of expectations in the workplace and in the world and just fighting through it. There's plenty more people like me than it is out here living that thug life. But if you watch television, if that's all they show you, you think that's what it's all about. But I know many more of us that's doing what I'm doing, just trying to make a living, live the right way, be respectful, be God-fearing, and take care of their family. So it's a culture thing, and we have to address it amongst one another, and it has to be addressed, but we have to address it and try to clean it up, and that's what I've been trying to do.
You mentioned 15 games, perhaps next season. What about endorsements? Where do you see that fall?
Well, you know, a lot of times when you're dealing with sponsors, you know, Nike, I'm pretty sure they don't like what has happened. But I think I still see Josh shoes selling out as soon as they release them. So a lot of these companies, you know, the money and the currency is the bottom line. I'm pretty sure they're going to have conversations with them. But a lot of companies, and not pointing any companies out, a lot of companies they couple with and they partner with rappers and entertainers who push violence, who push immoral things. They partner with actors and actresses who act in movies, and you be like, you know, oh, that's just entertainment. But it's crazy. So I think, you know, it's going to be a pushback with some of those sponsors, but Nike hadn't said anything. His Ja ones are still selling out. They're still extremely popular. He's extremely popular. And that's why a lot of us are so hard on him because of his popularity and the influence he has on young people. But they still want his shoe. They still want to look like him. They still want to act like him. And that's why we on his head so hard. Like, you may not want to be a role model, but you're a role model. You may not want to be that big influence. You are, because they go together. You're an NBA star, you're an athlete, you're a star athlete, you get the money, you got the platform, so you got to take the responsibility of being a role model. It comes with it, regardless if you want to reject it or not, it comes with it, and expectations come with that, and do's and don'ts come with that.
You know, Grizz Nation's out there, and I know that you're connected so much with Grizz Nation, Doc. I mean, you know, there's, and I mentioned this at the top of our interview, you know, there's anger, there's frustration, there's sadness, all kinds of emotions, a range of emotions. If you were to address Grizz Nation right now, just not sure what to feel. I mean, a lot of people compare this to, you know, a person cheating on you, and then I won't do it again, and then 2 months later they do it again. I won't do it again. I mean, it's statement. You know, people are like, well, that's a nice statement, but it's words, not actions. What do you say to Grizz Nation?
Love them. Put your arms around them. Do you really love them? Do you really care about him? Do you really care about his well-being? Do you really care about he lives the best life possible? Or do you only care about him being there to entertain us and win games for us? Because it's bigger than us. It's bigger than him winning games for us and entertaining us. Yeah, we're mad. A lot of Grizzlies fans are mad because he won't be available for probably a nice little part of the season. So that's going to affect, you know, how we play our wins and losses possibly on the court. So I would ask Grizz Nation, because I know Grizz Nation. Grizz Nation is some very loving and caring people, unlike any fan base in America, because Memphis is very loving and caring and forgiving, because everybody looks at us badly and judges us, and we have to keep proving ourselves to people. So we can't throw one of our children, one of our family members away. I say, you can be mad at them, you can be disappointed. I got 4 children. They've done plenty of things I've been mad at and disappointed, but at the end of the day, come here, let's get something to eat. You know, let me give you a hug. You know, let me give you a kiss on the jaw. Let me show you how much I love you, but I have to rebuke you, because open rebuke is better than secret love. So I tell Grizz Nation, he's one of ours. I know the NBA world and the world of putting everything on him and just chunking him and throwing shots at him. While they punching him, we just need to pinch him a little bit, because he's our family member. It's just like somebody in our family. You don't just throw him away and let the world have him, because the world want to try to devour him. He's one of ours. So let's support him. We can be mad at him. We can be disappointed. We can be upset. So now let's take him at his words. He apologized again. I have a million apologies I've had to apologize. So that's my word to Grizz Nation, let's continue to be loving and supportive like we are, because you know when you go to those games, all of us, I don't care your race, I don't care your age, I don't care your ethnicity, we all together pulling for Grizzlies, Grizz Nation, Big Memphis. So I say let's live that and be that like we always had.
I like that, Doc. Finally, last question here. What kind of help, and I know you mentioned his relationship with his faith, but what kind of help beyond that does he need to get through this moment?
He has to be forced to sit down and listen to strong, real conversations. I don't care about your feelings. Like with me, I don't care about anybody's celebrity. I don't care who you are, who you think you are, or how much material wealth you have, or how important people have told you. If I care about you, I'm going to tell you when you're doing wrong and when you're going down the wrong path. Just like people told me when I was doing wrong and I was going down, those are the ones who really love you. So that's what he needs to do. He needs to be sat down and have a real strong, powerful, honest conversation. And if I did, I would tell him, look, bro, you got to grow up, dog. You got to grow up quick, fast, and in a hurry, man. If so, don't have any phone. Get off social media, man, for right now. Get off of it. Tell your friends, don't bring no phones around, don't bring no social media around, because you might get back into the habit of doing the things that you do, and it's going to get you in trouble. To you, it may seem harmless. I would sit them down and tell them, this is what it is, man. I don't care about you being mad at me after this. You don't have to speak to me after this. But I'm going to tell you, because I can look back in the past, you can't look into the future. I've seen people on your path, and I see where they went. I get texts from them now. And they were gone for 30 years because of mistakes they made. That's what I would say to them. That's what it needs. You need to sit down and listen, because people have had to sit me down and listen when I didn't want to listen. And I'm like, you know what? Now I'm older. I'm like, man, I'm glad they did it. I stopped dealing with them. I stopped messing with them, but they didn't stop loving me. So that's what needs to happen. That's what he needs to do. He needs to sit down and have a real conversation and be open to somebody that loves him and cares about him, that's going to give him the advice for him to be successful once basketball is over, because this is going to end one day. And your money might be gone, because we blow through money, and you're going to have to enter life. So I want you to be successful when you enter life. When those skills diminish and you got to enter life, I want you to be successful, and I'm going to show you what to do to be successful once you enter life.
He is Doc Holliday, the sports director at Action News 5. We appreciate him each and every day. I always appreciate crossing paths with you, Doc, and thanks so much for coming on the digital desk and sharing your thoughts for a few minutes. We appreciate it, man.
Man, I would come on the digital desk before I go on anything else. Y'all have to act. They got me all over the place on ESPN. I'm on here first. So it's my pleasure, Andrew.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas and the Action News 5 digital desk. The National Drowning Prevention Alliance. It is such an important organization. I remember when my kids were really little, we had our pediatrician tell us the #1 killer of small children is drowning. It's water. And it is so prevalent across the country. In fact, childhood drowning incidents are on the rise, reaching historic highs in some areas. And that's why we are talking about water safety, water activity. We got right now on the Action News 5 digital desk, Adam Kaczmary. He is joining us. He's the executive director of the National Drowning Prevention Alliance to talk about this very issue. Adam, good morning to you. How prevalent is childhood drowning? I know when my kids are older teenagers, but when they were little, our pediatricians stressed the fact that water, and specifically pools and lakes and that sort of thing, #1 killer of small children. Is that in fact the case? Has it gotten any worse or better?
Unfortunately, Andrew, the problem has gotten a little bit worse. You know, over the last 20 years, we were seeing a slight decline in our childhood drowning numbers year over year. And since the pandemic, we have that number has risen back up to where we were at in the late 1990s. And unfortunately, now we can report drowning is the single leading cause of death for children ages 1 to 4 and remains the second leading cause of injury death for children up to age 14. And for every 1 child that drowns fatally, the CDC reports another 8 are seen in an emergency department for a non-fatal drowning. But it's important to note that 40% of those require additional care. So the numbers are quite staggering.
They are. I mean, they really are. And the thing is, I know a couple of parents that have had that happen to them, and I just can't imagine. I can't imagine finding your child that is drowned in a swimming pool. Both instances that I know, that's what happened. It was a swimming pool. Let's talk about water safety advice, because all those all those parents of small children out there, they're probably looking for maybe a checklist or maybe just some bullet points if they go to someone's house or if they go on vacation or if they go somewhere and there's a pool, a body of water in the backyard. Let's talk about maybe some bullet points that parents can do to ensure safety for everybody, including the small children.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can go to ndpa.org. We have a ton of resources available. We recommend following what we call the 5 layers of protection. That includes barriers and alarms, restricting access and notifying when a child goes into an unauthorized area. Super important for backyard pools. It's important to note that 70% of our toddler drownings are happening during non-swim time. So when the child is least expected to be around the water, water's an attractive nuisance. So we want to make sure we're restricting that access during swim times and during non-swim times, providing active adult supervision and making sure that supervisor is capable of recognizing a drowning and making sure they can safely respond to it. Third is water competency. The American Academy of Pediatrics recommends children can start swimming lessons as early as age 1 after consulting with the pediatrician. So get your children enrolled in high quality swim lessons as early as possible to learn basic skills. Fourth is the appropriate use of life jackets, making sure around especially natural bodies of water and when boating, children are always in a properly sized life jacket. And then fifth is making sure you're always ready for the unexpected with emergency preparations. Drowning happens often when we least expect it to. It's a tragic scenario, but making sure, we know how to make that 911 call, how to safely rescue a victim and provide that really high quality immediate CPR care with rescue breaths can mean the difference between life and death.
Adam, I got a question for you because, I constantly get this from other parents. When my kids were little, I put them in swim lessons when they were about a year or 2 old, and it really didn't do anything, in my view, in terms of like teaching them how to swim. If anything, it got them comfortable with water. And while there's some people that might say, hey, that's a good thing, you got them comfortable with water, I actually look at it as a negative thing because they're comfortable with water and they don't know how to swim. So then if they're alone and they see the water, oh, that's fun, and then they go in, they don't know how to swim, and there's a real danger with them drowning. Is that an issue that you see?
Well, that's why we recommend high quality swim lessons. We want to make sure that a child, even as early as age 1, is learning basic skills in the water. We want them to learn things like floating on the back. So if they fall in, they're able to right themselves, get air, and call for help. So there are water exploration or water play lessons that are available out there. And for some families, that may be the right fit. We've developed a swim lesson checklist that helps parents identify the right swim lessons for their family. Thinking about the risk and their child's access to water is also important in that. And the other, reminder is not just the child becoming overconfident, but the parent becoming overconfident after swim lessons. There's nothing that will drown-proof your child, including swim lessons. So just practicing one layer of protection does not reduce the risk. So even though swim lessons are a layer of protection, we still need that supervision, those barriers in place, life jackets when appropriate, to really substantially reduce that risk.
Any other misconceptions or misperceptions, common myths out there about drowning and water safety that you can debunk for some of the parents that are watching? We have thousands of people that watch us here on the Digital Desk.
Yeah, I mean, one of the major things is drowning is silent. It is fast. Many parents think it's going to be like it's portrayed in Hollywood in the films and on TV. Drowning is not a loud and pronounced event, especially with young toddlers. It is quiet. It is silent. It can happen as little as 30 seconds. So, and like I said, it happens when we least expect it. 70% of our toddlers are drowning during non-swim time. So absolutely, we want to make sure swim time safety is important, but, we also want to think about keeping our children safe after we're done swimming for the day. So, really those two big myths out there, we're really working hard to dispel this summer.
Adam, is there anything that you are extremely knowledgeable about this topic, of course. Is there anything else you want to mention, maybe other steps parents can take at home? We're about to go into the summer travel season. Anything else while parents are on vacation or where there's just open water that can help them?
Yeah, absolutely. And, we've developed a vacation water safety checklist that parents can go on to ndpa.org and access. And it walks them through just the things they should think about as they're planning for their vacation, they're booking their vacation. And, really when they get on their vacation, whether it's a hotel or a vacation rental property, being able to do a quick walkthrough, recognizing the safety features that are in place, and just having a water safety discussion with your family. So oftentimes with parents that have lost children that I work with, I hear the word I didn't know. I didn't know drowning was the leading cause of death for 1 to 4-year-olds. I didn't know the basic safety steps to take. And we have all that information available. We really just want people to be aware so they can make smart safety choices for their family this summer. Drowning is 100% preventable. It is an accident, but we really want to make sure we're keeping those safety steps in mind, because the reality is this happens far too often when parents are least expecting it.
ndpa.org. Adam Kaczmarski, Executive Director, I really appreciate this conversation, and I know our viewers find it so helpful and useful. Thanks for your time this morning.
Thank you for having me, Andrew. Really appreciate it.
Appreciate you. Okay, let's take a live look from our High Five camera. Downtown Memphis, it is already warming up, almost 70 degrees now. As you take a live look, the sun is out, and we got the World Championship Memphis in May barbecue cooking contest underway. Day 3 set for today. It's going to be a good time. It's going to be a lot of parties, a lot of activities tonight. There's a live look from our High Five camera. Midtown Memphis, the downtown skyline off in the distance there. Some cloud cover, but guess what? It's going to be still pretty warm out there today with highs in the mid-80s. Meteorologist Patrick Ellis has your forecast.
First Alert meteorologist Patrick Ellis here on actionnews5.com and also our various digital platforms with you. Talking temperatures in the middle 80s for today, a mixture of sun and clouds, and an isolated shower or thunderstorm can't be ruled out as we roll through the afternoon hours. If you have plans heading out to the barbecue championship contest down at Tom Lee Park in downtown, hey, watch out for a pop-up downpour this afternoon, but for the vast majority of the day, probably going to be dry with a mixture of clouds and sunshine. Temperatures getting in the middle 80s. West and southwesterly breezes coming in here around 5 to 10 miles per hour. The bulk of our rain and storms, though, will likely come in during the overnight period tonight into the lead up for your Saturday morning. So late storms rolling in here, some of which could be heavy, could even be an isolated strong to severe thunderstorm, not out of the realm of possibility. I can't rule it out that we can see an isolated gusty storm or two this afternoon with those popcorn downpours, but the bulk of the rain and storms, again, maybe some gusty winds and hail potential in play there amid some heavy downpours. It's this storm system coming out of Oklahoma that will be shifting in our direction. Here's the thing, though. A lot of the model guidance today has slowed down considerably on the timing of getting this out. Yesterday, our thoughts were, okay, this will get on out of here fairly quickly and get out of here in time for the showboats and the Bluff City Fair. All these things going on this weekend, and even for the Barbecue Fest for tomorrow. Things are slowing down enough that we will keep a mention of a few showers in the forecast, especially if you're outside of 269 heading out towards northeast Mississippi, out towards the Tennessee River. We're probably going to keep the rain and clouds a little bit longer for the daytime hours for tomorrow. Eventually, we'll clear it all out, and weather looks pretty good for your Sunday, but we have to get there first. We also tonight have the Redbirds in town. First pitch at 81 degrees this evening at 7:05 at AutoZone Park. We'll go 76 at the 7th inning stretch, and last pitch about 74, but keep in mind there will be a chance for a couple of showers and storms, and by last pitch you may be looking off towards the north and west and seeing some flashes of lightning. That will come by way of some showers and thunderstorms making their way across the area. This is 3 o'clock this afternoon. A couple of pop-up downpours again underneath. Heavy rain, frequent lightning, gusty wind potential in play. As I mentioned, if you're looking north and west from AutoZone Park this evening, 9 o'clock this evening, you may notice some flashes of lightning. That's from thunderstorms in northeast Arkansas, shifting in our direction, moving across the Mississippi River as we head through 10, 11, midnight tonight. A few of these storms could be a bit gusty as they roll through our area. Temperatures will ease their way down through the 60s by early tomorrow morning and could have some lingering shower chances into the start start of your Saturday morning. Most of it's out of here by lunchtime. The clouds may linger. A cool breeze filtering in here will keep temperatures in the lower to middle 70s. Speaking of what's happening tomorrow, showboats in town going for win number 3 over at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. Temperatures in the upper 60s at kickoff at 11:30, near 70 at the halftime, and we'll go 72 by the fourth quarter. Northeasterly breezes coming in there around 10 miles per hour. Hey, bright sunshine on the way for your Sunday, mixing with a few clouds. We'll keep the rain chances pretty much at bay as high pressure builds into the area as we head towards next week. Temperatures creeping upward into the middle 80s, and mugginess will also gradually increase as well as we get closer and closer to Memorial Day weekend.
2 people are recovering this morning after a fight at a workplace. This happened in Morton, Mississippi. It led to a shooting. Crazy stuff here. Pearl River Solar Park yesterday morning. Scott County Sheriff Mike Lee said it began with 2 people. They had a disagreement. One of them pulled out a gun, shot the other person, and then 2 former military members stopped the shooting.
It broke out, and one of the participants in that fight pulled a gun and shot, and then later was subdued. And I think during that he was shot by the 2 individuals subduing him.
Well, the sheriff said the shooter's in jail, being treated at a hospital. The other end is being treated at the hospital. The other person who was shot also in the hospital. Both are said to be okay. Animal advocates need your help finding the person or people responsible for starving a dog and then throwing it in an apartment dumpster. Unfortunately, the dog did not survive. People at Memphis Animal Services say they are so tired of seeing this. Action News 5's Tavarius Haywood shares how you can help.
Straight, good boy. Look at
This is Anakin,
sitting up straight. Good job, baby.
a 4-year-old mixed breed pit bull. Last Wednesday, staff members at Hickory Farms Apartments in Hickory Hill found him in a wire crate in a dumpster.
He was a special plea to the rescue community by the shelter. He was severely emaciated. He had a body score 1 out of 9. He was very skinny. He was the skinniest dog I've ever seen in my life.
Anna, who only wants us to use her first name, volunteers at the shelter. She took him home to nurture him back to health.
I fed the dog every 2 hours a few bites of food, and he was in really bad shape. He couldn't stand on his own. He was so weak. He had open sores all over his body.
Along with being starved for years, she believes the previous owners cut his ears off with scissors. He had a bottle cap stuck in his teeth, stopping him from closing his mouth, and they even found wooden sticks in his stomach.
He was somebody's dog. The poor shape he was in, the poor condition, that did not happen overnight. That is something that happened over years and years and years.
In hopes of saving him, a rescue group called Believe in Buster drove all the way from Virginia to Memphis to help save him. The rescue even footed a $3,000 vet bill.
It is just an example of what happens so often in this community. Like the Memphis Animal Shelter, they get swamped with dogs who are in this condition, and rescues try to help, and they end up with thousands of dollars in vet bills.
MAS Director Alexis Pugh says officials at Hickory Farms are fully cooperating with this investigation. She is hoping that someone recognizes Anakin and does the right thing.
That kind of action by an individual, don't think that they'll stop at that. They'll commit acts of cruelty again, and that act of cruelty could happen to a human if they were willing to do that to an innocent animal.
Let's move to Arkansas now. An Arkansas woman planning to move after finding multiple possums in her home. Let me repeat that. Multiple possums in her home. They were actually found in the bathroom. Yikes. Griffin DeMarais has her story from Jonesboro, our sister station there, KAIT.
When Takaya Brown first saw the possum, she had to do a double take, not knowing what it was, but she soon found out that these little guys were not just playing possum.
What the hell, what the hell?
I would consider this a pretty normal reaction for what Zakaya Brown has dealt with over the past week, because she has seen not 1, not 2, but 7 different possums since last Thursday.
Once again, I looked, thought I seen something, nothing. But this third time, oh, it was something. It was sitting on the side of my foot, just sitting there.
And with the most recent interaction coming today, with one that was just looking to hang out in the bathroom.
Early this morning, my kids was getting ready for school. My daughter went to go brush her teeth, and it was hanging out on the turret, just hanging out there. My son, my 13-year-old son, we kind of like trapped him in. My 13-year-old son put gloves on and grabbed him by the tail.
Possums are mostly nocturnal animals, but sometimes are seen in daylight, especially when food is scarce. And the fact that the last couple that Brown and her family have caught have been in the day is enough for her.
And then coming out in the daytime, it's time to go. Because it's been more, the last two we caught in the morning time, right before the kids go to school in the bathroom. So it's just like, no, I gotta go.
She was able to catch 3 of them, but there are still 4 on the loose, which Brown is still searching for. But no sign, and Brown and her family are so caught up with it all that they can't sleep.
I'm scared. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I'm terrified. I'm terrified. Like, I can't sleep. Like, I'm terrified.
And there's not much that has been done to help Brown and her family get the animals out. She called animal control last Thursday, but as of today,
they never showed up. The police did, though.
Yeah.
But not animal control.
And Brown ain't hanging around. She is set to move out of her place within the next week. In Jonesboro, Griffin Demaray, K8 News.
An apparent uptick in bear sightings. Leaders in parts of Florida reminding people never feed the animals and always give them plenty of space. There have been several spotted recently in the Tampa area. Check out this one here, found on Monday. This bear has been seen out and about, roaming through several neighborhoods, hoping to find a new home safely. Again, reminding people not to approach it. Neighbors who live nearby say they're used to seeing animals around. But the bear sightings, yeah, they're kind of unusual.
Well, we live in Florida, and we're not supposed to be scared of gators and stuff. And technically, I think I should be more scared of the gators than the bear, but I'm just a little freaked out about the bear.
And I never thought in a million years that I'd have a bear on my porch.
Yeah, so a professor says it's not uncommon for bears to be in that area. They say that this bear's probably 2 years old and looking for food. An IBM report says a data breach in 2022 cost companies on average more than $4 million. There's new information from a consumer protection organization that shows the root of the cause of data breaches are often a mystery, putting businesses and, as a result, customers in harm's way. Carice Jackman breaks down the recent findings and shows you how to protect your information. Take a look.
Almost everyone has been impacted by a data breach. But when a major breach happens and your personal information gets into the hands of a cyber criminal, it can have a lasting impact. That's why James Lee and his team at the Identity Theft Resource Center monitor data breaches across the nation. The ITRC recently released its findings for the first quarter of 2023 and found an estimated 89 million people have had their data compromised so far this year. And while that number dropped slightly from fourth quarter 2022, the ITRC found companies are providing less information about how the breach could have occurred.
What we have seen is companies shift away from providing information about what happened and why because it's not required under their state's law.
A problem, Lee says, because not identifying how a breach happened and taking steps to prevent a similar incident leaves the businesses and its employees vulnerable.
Particularly those who have been the subject of a data breach, and they realize that it could have been prevented if they had had more information about what the steps they needed to take to prevent it. That's especially true among small and mid-sized businesses.
And for everyday people, he says it can be equally as devastating.
They're going to use it to impersonate you. They're going to use it to open up accounts in your name. They're going to use it not to take your existing account, but to go and find new ways of pretending to be you.
The ITRC's report also found that criminals target industries that carry a lot of data, everything from the healthcare sector to financial services and transportation to utilities. So what can business owners and consumers do? Lee says for business owners, recognize you can be a target. So make sure your staff is trained to recognize a phishing attack or when someone is trying to gain unauthorized access into your system. He also says keep track of your software and have protection against malware. And if you have excess data that you're not using anymore, remove it from your systems. As for regular individuals, freeze your credit if you become a victim of a data breach. And also make sure you regularly update passwords on your accounts.
Bad guys want email login and passwords because they know the vast majority of the time people reuse the same password and login on every account. And once that's compromised, they have access to everything you have.
It's why Lee says it's so important to make sure your security is top notch and your software is up to date on everything you use, protecting your data from cyber criminals. With this Watching Your Wallet, I'm Carice Jackman.
Okay, day 3 of the Memphis in May World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest about to begin, and certainly it is going to be fun this weekend. Well, to celebrate all that smoke, Kim Clark picked one of the oldest barbecue pits in the city to showcase a 5-star story, Payne's Barbecue.
It's not unusual to see constant traffic in and out of this nondescript cinder block building on Lamar Avenue.
I would say we go through maybe 7 whole shoulders a day.
And sometimes, according to Payne's barbecue co-owner Ronald Payne, even that's not enough to feed all the hungry customers who show up for their world-famous and award-winning queue.
The pork and ribs, we're selling out and having to close up doors early because we can only cook so much every day. So,
topped with Payne's tangy mustard-based coleslaw, a family recipe, this sandwich is notorious.
Definitely our chopped pork sandwich is the biggest seller. That's what we're, famous for. We put a lot of love into what we do, and we make everything fresh.
Ronald says the secret to Payne's brand of deliciousness is all in their pit.
It's the preparation, the cooking, the time. It could be time consuming, but if you want the perfect flavor, it's gonna take some time to smoke it. So we say slow and low. We do charcoal, straight charcoal, and our pit is so old that I think it holds a lot of smoke and flavors.
Payne's restaurant was the dream of Horton Payne, Ronald's father.
And he started in 1972, 2 years after him and my mom married, and also the same year they had the first child, my sister, and it was my father, mother, and grandmother.
But when Horton died, 8 years after moving into the restaurant's current location, the dream lived on.
And he left us in '84, and my mom carried the torch, and along with my grandmother.
Ronald's mother, Flora, is still an important part of the restaurant business.
She's one of the only women in barbecue. She taught and still is teaching me everything I know about cooking barbecue, and she didn't have to do it, but she did it. She's just an amazing woman.
And since Payne's is, first and foremost, a family business, Ronald's sister Candace has an important role as well.
Working with your family and having a legacy and something that you know is there for you and was made for you. I think my parents had my sister and I in mind when they started a business.
And what Ron and his family have in mind for their customers is satisfaction.
We hope that they're going to go and tell a friend, and a friend will tell a friend, and that's how it's been. And we've always survived off of word of mouth. I always think about my dad's vision. When he first opened, somebody told him he wouldn't survive a year, and we're here 51 years later.
Payne's Barbecue, making us proud they've called the Mid-South home for more than 50 years. Kim Clark, Action News 5.
For decades, fluoride has been added to most of our tap water to help protect against cavities. But now studies are addressing how much is too much when it comes to fluoride and whether it can cause problems, especially in infants and expected mothers. Let's talk about this issue and more with a biological dentist, Dr. Griffith Cole. He joins us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Good morning, Dr. Cole. Let's first talk about what a biological dentist is. I've never heard of that.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Yeah, so we're more like whole body dentists. We work like a functional medicine doctor in that we look at more than just fixing what's going on in the mouth. We want to know the underlying causes of the symptoms. Why are they getting cavities? Why do they have infection? So we dig a little deeper and we treat the whole person, really. We're also very concerned with materials, and so we don't work with anything that we know is toxic to the body, like mercury, nickel, and even fluoride.
That's excellent. All right, so that's perfect to set the table here for this discussion. I'm really looking forward to this discussion because I've had so many debates with various family members and some friends who hate fluoride, who hate the idea of fluoride in tap water. I mean, it was put in tap water back in the 40s to address the issue of cavities. There's been a lot of studies out there that have talked about the toxicity to people's bodies with fluoride. And now there's what I'm reading is that there may be a link when it comes to IQs and infants and children. Bring us up to speed.
I will. So you're absolutely right. Too much fluoride can negatively affect most of our organs in our body. And now we know brain function and activity. And how we know that is the National Toxicology Program, which works under Health and Human Services. Their job is to look at substances that are harmful to the environment and let us know. And they looked at these reports and found absolute brain impairments, including lower IQ, as you mentioned, in babies born to pregnant moms who ingested fluoridated water during pregnancy.
Now, I've always heard, Dr. Cole, that the amount of fluoride that's in tap water is so small and so minute that it wouldn't really affect people's bodies. Is that I mean, I guess that's one argument, but, you know, my thought is, well, if it's any kind of poison, why put it in at all? I mean, do the negatives outweigh the positives? Where currently is this issue? Because I've seen some communities across the country removing it from their tap water because there's been such a backlash.
Yeah, so your statements are absolutely accurate in that there are many people who are now realizing that not only is it not effective, it's not doing its intended function, but it's actually very harmful. And keep in mind, too, that fluoride, when you get fluoride in your body, when you drink it, your body can only metabolize and get rid of about half of that. So the other half stays in your body indefinitely. So this is an accumulative effect, right? And that's the problem with it. Drinking it is not what we need to do. So, and now we know that we are getting too much. And in fact, Health and Human Services has lowered the level that's allowed to be added to water supplies because they're noticing children are getting these spots on their teeth, this tooth fluorosis, these white spots. Every 2 out of 5 kids has that now in this country. And we get it in these other things too, right? Like bottled drinks. We get it in some dietary supplements, mouth rinses, toothpaste, and even a lot of prescription medications. So there's just so much of it. Even if you try to avoid it, and you're hopefully in some community where you don't have your water fluoridated, you're still being exposed to it. So you got to be careful of that.
So let's talk about some alternatives out there. I know that there are a lot of alternatives that I see at health food stores, for example. They have big labels on the toothpaste that says no fluoride toothpaste or fluoride free, that sort of thing. Is that what we should be looking for? Give me some alternatives.
Yeah, I feel that way, and I'll just speak for myself. I mean, I don't think that we need fluoride in any form, but there'll be plenty of dentists out there that will tell you it works topically, and they're right. You can apply it to your teeth topically and get some kind of anti-decay effect. It's unnecessary, but it does have that effect. So you know, I always tell people the same thing, and it's just simple principles that we learned a long time ago. A good, sound diet, right? One that is low in sugar, but high in vegetables, especially green leafy vegetables, good fats, ample protein, right? Combine that with good home care. And I mean simple things, right? If we brush and floss daily and spend a couple minutes brushing your teeth, clean your tongue, that combined with a good diet, and you've got a home run there. You don't need to add any kind of special dentifrice to your teeth to make them stronger. You already have the foundation.
Would you recommend that all communities across the country remove fluoride from their tap water?
I absolutely would, and have for 28 years now. It's unnecessary. It's never been proven to actually work, as I mentioned. And now we know that all these brain impairments, I mean, lower IQs, get this, they found when the National Toxicology Program looked at all these studies, and they handpicked what they thought were well done, controlled, randomized studies, they found that there was a steep drop in IQ, up to 7 points in babies that were born to these moms who drank fluoridated water during pregnancy.
That is crazy to me. It's amazing to me that it's still allowed in some of the community tap water across the country. What about when it comes to toothpaste? You know, naturally, you think of toothpaste, you think of, you know, putting it on your teeth, rinsing it, cleaning it, and then spitting it out. Would there be any harmful effects from that?
So, every toothpaste that has fluoride now has that little warning label. And they've had it for years where it says, don't swallow more than a pea-sized amount. And the reason why is it's toxic. And if a child especially swallowed a fair amount of toothpaste, it could do some harm. So I always say you don't need to have any kind of fluoride toothpaste. There's so many toothpastes out there that don't have them, as you mentioned, but you can even brush your teeth with just baking soda. Baking soda and water is a really nice, soft dentifrice that'll get the plaque off your teeth, and that's really all you need. So you can save some money there.
Tell me why this hasn't gotten as much coverage. I feel like you know it, I know it, but I don't feel like this is one of those huge pressing issues that many of Americans know about.
I think it's because it's been something that's been hammered into us our whole lives, right? Since 1945 anyway. And dentists especially. I love to get into debates with these pro-fluoridationists, and I know I can win because I have all the science. But I think that when you're told that something is good for you and you're told that again and again, you just take things at face value without really looking at the science behind it. But if everybody just takes a moment and really digest what this report is about, I mean, now we're talking about babies being born with brain impairments. I think that should wake some people up. And don't let any pro-fluoridationist say to you, oh, these studies aren't any good. These are incredible studies. That's why the NTP actually handpicked, because there's over 80 studies, but they got down to 52 that they felt did the right, really good scientific method. They were, great methodologies. They were very well done. And that says a lot about these results.
Let's talk about where people can see these studies and these various scientific data points for themselves. Can they go anywhere online?
Yes, thank you for asking. So if they go to the IAOMT.org, so it's the International Academy of Oral Medicine and Toxicology. The website is IAOMT.org. They can find a biologic dentist. They can find, as you mentioned, these studies. We have a library, a loaded digital library with so much information on all topics related to oral medicine. It's a great resource.
Okay, Dr. Griffith Cole, we really appreciate this conversation this morning. Thank you for joining us and illuminating us to the issues with fluoride, not only in our water, but in so many different facets of our everyday life. Thank you.
Thank you. It was a pleasure to be here.
Parties atop the Peabody Hotel downtown Memphis have been happening for so long. They're a tradition that many Mid-Southerners really love being a part of every spring and summer. 8 decades of music, fun, one of the best views of the Mississippi River. Kim Clark has more on this 5-star story.
Rooftop party season has begun again, high atop the Peabody Hotel in the heart of downtown Memphis. These rooftop soirees have a long history.
84 years we have been having parties on the rooftop of the Peabody Hotels.
According to Kelly Brock, the hotel's director of marketing and communications, the hotel's rooftop parties began in 1939 after the east end of the roof was enclosed, becoming the Skyway Ballroom.
And that was when they really started having rooftop parties out on the roof, as well as parties in here in the wintertime and during the rain. And it was the place to be for big bands and for swing dancers. All of the big national acts, the touring acts, performed here for sometimes weeks at a time. You had the Andrews Sisters and Lawrence Welk. You had Ozzie and Harriet, Tommy Dorsey's band, and George Hamilton.
Yes, that George Hamilton, father to actor George Hamilton Jr., who spent a lot of time performing on the hotel's roof.
And George Hamilton Jr. was actually born here in Memphis and spent weeks as a child growing up here at the hotel, watching his father perform here in the Skyway Ballroom and watching the ducks in the lobby.
The hotel's Sunset Serenades, as they were called back then, were also an important part of the entertainment industry as a whole.
And this ballroom and the rooftop were one of the only 3 live recording sites for CBS radio at the time. So you would hear broadcasts throughout the nation, live from atop the Peabody Hotel.
The Sunset Serenades ended briefly in 1975 when the hotel closed, but started up again in 1981 after the hotel reopened.
and eventually we renamed them as Peabody Rooftop Parties, and they've been going on ever since, and they are as popular as ever.
Though the fashions, music, and diversity of attendees are different now than when it all began, some things remain the same.
We still have live music and a DJ.
The Skyway Ballroom also intentionally maintained to appear as it did back in 1939, from the Lawrence Welk-inspired carpet, note the bubbles, to the lighting.
You still have the pink neon lighting that you had. It's very Art Deco style at the time.
As Brock told us, the Peabody Rooftop is still one of the best places in town to sit and have a drink with friends and watch the sunset over the Mississippi River. Or possibly make a love match like so many before.
There's fantastic stories from folks that came here in the 1930s, 40s, 50s, and then there's people still doing the same thing today, coming up here with their friends, and maybe they meet their future husband or their future wife. And it's stories like that that are just, that's the heart of the Peabody.
The Peabody Rooftop Parties still going strong and welcoming all who attend, while making lifelong memories and connections. In downtown Memphis, Kim Clark, Action News 5.
First Alert meteorologist Patrick Ellis here on ActionNews5.com and also our various digital platforms with you. Talking temperatures in the middle 80s for today, a mixture of sun and clouds, and an isolated shower or thunderstorm can't be ruled out as we roll through the afternoon hours. If you have plans heading out to the barbecue championship contest down at Tom Lee Park in downtown, hey, watch out for a pop-up downpour this afternoon, but for the vast majority of the day, probably going to be dry with a mixture of clouds and sunshine. Temperatures getting in the middle 80s. West and southwesterly breezes coming in here around 5 to 10 miles per hour. The bulk of our rain and storms, though, will likely come in during the overnight period tonight into the lead up for your Saturday morning. So late storms rolling in here, some of which could be heavy, could even be an isolated strong to severe thunderstorm, not out of the realm of possibility. I can't rule it out that we can see an isolated gusty storm or two this afternoon with those popcorn downpours, but the bulk of the rain and storms, again, maybe some gusty winds and hail potential in play there amid some heavy downpours. It's this storm system coming out of Oklahoma that will be shifting in our direction. Here's the thing, though. A lot of the model guidance today has slowed down considerably on the timing of getting this out. Yesterday, our thoughts were, okay, this will get on out of here fairly quickly and get out of here in time for the showboats and the Bluff City Fair. All these things going on this weekend, and even for the Barbecue Fest for tomorrow. Things are slowing down enough that we will keep a mention of a few showers in the forecast, especially if you're outside of 269 heading out towards northeast Mississippi, out towards the Tennessee River. We're probably going to keep the rain and clouds a little bit longer for the daytime hours for tomorrow. Eventually, we'll clear it all out, and weather looks pretty good for your Sunday, but we have to get there first. We also tonight have the Redbirds in town. First pitch at 81 degrees this evening at 7:05 at AutoZone Park. We'll go 76 at the seventh inning stretch, and last pitch about 74, but keep in mind there will be a chance for a couple of showers and storms, and by last pitch you may be looking off towards the north and west and seeing some flashes of lightning. That will come by way of some showers and thunderstorms making their way across the area. This is 3 o'clock this afternoon. A couple of pop-up downpours again underneath. Heavy rain, frequent lightning, gusty wind potential in play. As I mentioned, if you're looking north and west from AutoZone Park this evening, 9 o'clock this evening, you may notice some flashes of lightning. That's from thunderstorms in northeast Arkansas, shifting in our direction, moving across the Mississippi River as we head through 10, 11, midnight tonight. A few of these storms could be a bit gusty as they roll through our area. Temperatures will ease their way down through the 60s by early tomorrow morning and could have some lingering shower chances into the start of your Saturday morning. Most of it's out of here by lunchtime. The clouds may linger. A cool breeze filtering in here will keep temperatures in the lower to middle 70s. Speaking of what's happening tomorrow, showboats in town going for win number 3 over at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. Temperatures in the upper 60s at kickoff at 11:30, near 70 at the halftime, and we'll go 72 by the fourth quarter. Northeasterly breezes coming in there around 10 miles per hour. Hey, bright sunshine on the way for your Sunday, mixing with a a few clouds will keep the rain chances pretty much at bay as high pressure builds into the area as we head towards next week. Temperatures creeping upward into the middle 80s, and mugginess will also gradually increase as well as we get closer and closer to Memorial Day weekend.
Okay, Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare hosts a Camp Bravehearts. They've been doing this for many, many years. This is such an amazing experience, and it's for children ages 6 to 16 who have experienced a loss or bereavement. And it's been going on for quite a bit of time. I can remember doing stories years ago about it. And all I hear is that people who have attended this camp say that it's helped them so much. Let's bring in the camp director, Mark Smith, now on the digital desk to talk more about this year's camp. Mark, good morning to you. We have thousands of people who watch us here on the digital desk each and every morning. Can you fill them in on exactly what Camp Braveheart is? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thanks for having us on today. Camp Bravehearts is a free 3-day camp for children and teens ages 6 to 16 who have experienced the death of a family member or friend within generally the past 2 years prior to attending camp. It's staffed by a team of trained professionals and volunteers, and we spend those 3 days together learning to deal with their grief. We do that in several ways. One way is simply normalization. Truthfully, no one in society lives very long without being touched by loss of some kind, but as a society, we do a very poor job of acknowledging grief and loss. It's something we tend to keep behind closed doors and try to deal with on our own. We stuff it down and don't acknowledge it at all. So one thing that camp does just right from the start is it normalizes it. Everyone there, even our staff, have been touched by losses. So we normalize that grief. We come together as a group of staff and children and teens, and we acknowledge the grief rather than stuffing it down and pretending it isn't there. And beyond that, we work toward expressing the emotions that comes with grief in healthy ways rather than destructive ways. And we do that through a variety of activities that may speak to a particular teen or child in ways such as expressive art, expressive music, fun, a group, physical. You know, when you think of a camp, those sorts of camp activities, and sharing memories and stories of our loved ones.
You know, I can't imagine anyone at the ages of 6 to 16 who have lost someone so near and dear to their hearts, perhaps a parent, a brother and sister. It just is devastating for that. And for you guys to organize this kind of camp is so great, making it free and open to anyone. But I know May 26th is when registration closes. So people need to begin registering now for this camp that is from June 21st through the 23rd. Tell me about the coping skills that you guys, you and your staff try to teach at the camp, Mark.
For sure. First is simply acknowledging it. So again, many people are taught that we should pretend our grief isn't there, that simply to go on and be strong. Be strong is something that you hear quite often when it comes to grief. And unfortunately, many people hear be strong and they feel like, well, that means I have to put on a brave face. I have to act as if I'm not feeling all of these things that I am feeling, but I'm supposed to be strong. There's this expectation put on me. And so I can't let anybody see that. I can't let anybody know what I'm feeling inside. So again, from the beginning, just normalizing that what you feel in grief is part of grief. It's okay to feel. It's okay to express it. No, we do want to express in healthy ways. One emotion that people may feel with grief, sometimes we feel angry about the loss. And certainly there are healthy ways to express anger and there are unhealthy and destructive ways to express anger. So we talk about that. We have some examples. One activity that we do every year involves going to the edge of a lake, and we have an emotion that we write. And for different campers, it's different what that emotion is, but a difficult, big emotion they've been holding on to. and we write that onto a rock, and we do a physical activity of throwing that rock into the lake to represent being able to let that out. So for someone who's holding on perhaps to anger, that physical emotion of throwing the rock in a safe place, the lake, instead of at someone, is a healthy way, for example, to let that anger out. And also that physical activity, there's an actual energy release there. We also talk about coping through art, coping through music. Now, not everyone, will that speak to. So we talk about other ways. We have a child life specialist who's a part of our team, and she's going to be doing programming with our age groups about that. We have a music therapist that is coming over from Levanter. He's going to be spending time talking about how music becomes a part of your coping, even if you're not making music yourself, how you can integrate music into your coping. We have other activities that we do that are specifically geared to talking about if you're having big feelings, what are some ways, a menu, if you will, of expressing those and coping with those that acknowledges, lets the feeling come, and lets you process, think through, express in healthy ways, rather than keeping it bottled up inside, rather than turning yourself into a human pressure cooker, if you will, waiting for it to just explode.
We're talking about Camp Bravehearts with the camp director, Mark Smith. Camp Bravehearts, 3-day free camp, June 21st to 23rd, a safe space for emotional healing after the death of a family member for anyone who's 6 to 16. I know it's at For the Kingdom Retreat Center in Northeast Memphis. That's a beautiful campus, and it feels like you're out in the woods when you're actually in the city of Memphis, but it's beautiful, and there's so many great things for the kids to participate in. Tell me what you notice about campers as they participate in various studies and activities there at the camp during Camp Bravehearts.
Well, Andrew, kids are kids, and on day one we see a variety of personalities, just what you'd expect from a group of kids and teens. When we first welcome kids into camp, For the Kingdom has a great facility, and so there's we'll have some different we'll have volleyballs, basketballs, different things that the kids can do just to kind of, as they acclimate to being on site there. And you'll see some who are open and playful and quickly making friends and being loud like kids and teens do. Some are quiet and reserved and kind of hanging out on the edges, a little more introverted. But pretty early in the day, we have an activity, again, that acknowledges that elephant in the room, that we're all there. We're having fun, and everyone there, even our staff, all of our campers, have had a loss. And we begin to normalize. And as we keep doing activities, some fun, some serious, some physical activities that then we can make connections back to loss and expression and feeling, some that are very focused on different aspects of loss and expression and emotion. You might see common ground between the campers begin to form, just maybe over, you like Pokemon or you like soccer, so do I, and it's friendships that begin to form. Maybe it's, you lost your mom, I lost my mom, and common ground begins to form. Friendships begin to form. Campers begin to find that it's okay and it's safe to share because everybody here has had a loss, and nobody's going to judge me for what I feel in this place. So over the time together, then we begin to see some victories. Maybe it's a small victory where just someone who's been quiet through several sessions realizes that it's safe to share, and maybe they speak up and they share something that's on their mind. Maybe it's a larger victory. Maybe it's somebody who's really nervous, maybe about one of the physical activities. There's a climbing wall activity, and maybe somebody who's nervous about that, they take a small step. Maybe it's just they walk up to the wall and they literally take one step up off the ground, and that's the victory. And that's a huge victory because their friends that they've been with in their group are cheering them on and supporting them, not in a judgmental way, but just, hey, you can do this. We're here with you, which also is parallel to grief. Hey, we're in this together. We're here with you. So sometimes we also see big victories in the emotional front, like, hey, I've never really shared how I felt before. Now I feel like I can. And not just here at camp. Maybe I can go back and tell other friends or my family how I feel. these are the changes that we can see over our time together.
That's fantastic. I really appreciate everything you and your staff does for this camp and for so many Memphians and families out there that are going through such a devastating loss. Where can people sign up? Where can they get more information about Camp Bravehearts? And is there anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
They can go to methodisthealth.org/Camp Bravehearts. methodisthealth.org/Camp Bravehearts. All our information for registration is on our website there. And also, if anyone would like to sponsor our camp, it is free for campers due to generous donations through the Methodist Foundation and the Methodist Golf Classic. So information about how to sponsor campers on the webpage. We're actually going to, Andrew, we're going to extend that registration out to May 31st, just to try to get even more. We're having great response. We want to get even more response to our camp. Just the last thing that I would share for everyone who's listening is grief is a normal and natural reaction to loss. And Methodist Healthcare wants to partner with our community to walk through that with you. So please check out our website. And if you know a child or a teen who's had a loss, please send them our way.
Okay, well, listen, Mark Smith, we really appreciate you. Camp Bravehearts Program Director, thank you for all that you do for the community and Camp Bravehearts. Again, that registration deadline has been extended until the very end of May, May 31st. The camp, again, June 21st to 23rd for the Kingdom Retreat Center in Northeast Memphis. Mark, good luck this year. Thanks again for all that you do.
Thank you, Andrew.
All right, well, graduation season is upon us, and whether it's high school graduation and maybe wanting to further your education or enter the workforce, or college graduates accepting a new job, financial decisions can be so stressful, and just trying to navigate through that can be very difficult. So joining us to talk a little bit more about it is Ashley Feinstein-Gerstley. She's the author of Financial Adulting, Everything You Need to Know to Be a Financially Confident and Conscious Adult. Ashley, good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing well. Thank you for having me on.
So I guess the first thing I want to do is just dive right in. Let's talk about maybe what are some of the biggest mistakes or things that these young adults, whether it's 18 into your early 20s, where maybe they're making mistakes financially. What would you say is probably some of the biggest problems or things that they just don't know about?
Yes, I'd say two big things. The first, and I did both of these things, so it's coming from experience, is to wait to save until we have enough money to save. So there's this idea, and how we traditionally view saving is we earn money, we live our lives, we pay everybody else, and then we hope and wait that there will be money left over to save. And in my experience, that just doesn't work for most people. Even when we get a raise, there's still not money. So I would say pay ourselves first, pay yourself first is something that I would highly, highly recommend. And then the other is not having a plan. And I know that budgets get a bad rap. We think they might be restricting, they might limit our fun, but I view them as an act of self-love, because when we have a budget, we have a plan, we have peace of mind, we can build in things that are fun and have no guilt as we spend them, and just have clarity about where our money is going and reach our financial goals. So I would say not having a plan and waiting to save until we make more money are the two biggest mistakes that I see.
And when you talk about saving, is there a certain rule of thumb when you say you want to maybe save back this percentage of the money you're bringing in, or does it just depend on each individual's budget and what kind of money they're bringing in? What advice would you have for that?
Yes, so I would say it does depend. I am not a big fan of having a certain percentage as far as saving and investing and retirement, but I would say first and foremost, you want to have that crisis fund saved up. So that first $1,000, that first 1 month of expenses, and then from there building up to have a fully funded rainy day fund. So in case something happens with an illness or with our job, that we have money to pay for our expenses for 3 months, 6 months, depending on your personal situation.
And this is just a question for me, because I think way back, back in the day, a lot of people would have their checkbook, and they would go in, and every time they would write a check, they would go in, they'd balance their checkbook. They had an idea of the money that was coming in, coming out. Do you feel like that now people really aren't using that checkbook, and it's harder to maybe keep up with the money you're spending? Do you feel like that?
Yeah, I think technology has done some great things, but it makes it very easy to have no idea where our money is going. Even if you think about checkbooks are a great example, credit cards, we don't feel the pain of what we spent until the bill goes through, swiping our credit card, hopping in and out of a Lyft, we're not even really paying. So I think I'm a huge fan of having what I call money parties, which are time that we set aside to look at what's happened with our money over the last month or the last week. So actually go through and look at those expenses, because it is so easy to lose track of them. And I've had that experience where you see the credit card bill and you say, that wasn't me, but then you go through each and every expense and you realize, these things just add up. So having that time, if we don't look at our expenses, it's just not going to happen. And we need to carve out that time for ourselves.
Do you feel like that generation, you just get out of high school, you're coming out of college, that little group right there, a lot of times they're finally getting out of the house, they're starting to support themselves. Do you think that some of the biggest mistakes start off with credit cards, and maybe every time you go to a store and they say, well, you get 20% off if you apply for a credit card? Do you feel like that this generation can sometimes fall victim to that when it comes to credit cards? What are some of the biggest mistakes?
Yes. So I actually was one of the people who had that happen to me, and I didn't even understand how credit cards worked. I remember by the time I paid my bill, I had so many late fees. And so I do think there's this idea that it actually is something that I wish I knew when I graduated from school, that most people, we don't learn about this. And I'm seeing it more and more being taught in schools, which is wonderful. And I know parents want to be sharing this information with their kids, but they might not feel like they're equipped to do so. And so I do think there's this feeling when we graduate that we're the only ones who don't understand, and there can feel this like taboo of talking about it and asking questions. And what I've found is that most of us don't understand, and we're all learning as we go, and we're learning the hard way. And so I do think that helps to feel less alone as we navigate this. But then also, yes, to really, I think there's a lot working against us when it comes to personal finance, and that we're not educated about it. There's like with the credit card, there's probably 50 pages of small print that I could have read to understand it. So I would definitely caution to really understand any financial products that we sign up for. Talk to people about it, because if they don't understand and you don't understand, you might be able to find someone else, or to go and figure it out together can feel less lonely as we navigate this.
I remember when I was in college, starting in college, credit card companies, they actually would set up booths on campus, and you would end up getting a credit card, and it would have this incredibly high interest rate, but you weren't educated on what to even look for, what to consider. So I mean, I can see how credit cards can really get people into trouble. I do want to switch gears though. Student loans, a lot of people rely on student loans to be able to go to school. What kind of advice would you give when people start looking to see how much they need to be borrowing, because they do have to pay that back at some point?
Yes, so when we're going to, there's actually a chapter in the book dedicated to debt. So understanding credit cards, understanding student loans, and I think when we think about financing college, there are a lot of pieces that fund the pie. So there could be grants, there could be financial aid, there could be federal loans, there could be private loans. But at the beginning, when we're trying to figure out how much to take out, ideally we can minimize that pie. And in interviewing some experts on student loans for the book, I found that people actually can negotiate with their universities on what they're able to help them provide. In the worst case, that they say no, but then you're able to take out less debt, and then also to shop around with those private loans, just because we might think that that first offer we get is the best offer that we're going to get, but actually the offers can vary as far as interest rates. And when we're talking about numbers that are that big, it can make a huge difference if we're paying a 6% interest rate or an 8% interest rate or a 4% interest rate on our student loan. So I would say try to reduce the amount as much as possible, and then shop around for the best rate on those private loans.
Good advice. Now, for those that are maybe graduating college, they're getting into the workforce, what are the biggest pieces of advice that you would want to send to them as far as their finances go?
I'd say the biggest, so first, again, just you're not alone in figuring this out, and financial adulting, so that is the name of my new book. Being a financial adult is about taking small, consistent steps. And so I think sometimes with a lot of different goals, but specifically our finances, we view improving in that area that it has to be this overnight transformation, that I wake up, I spend the whole weekend making my financial plan, and I'm a new person. But that sets us up for failure because it's too much of a jump. And so taking small, consistent steps that are manageable, that feel like we can keep improving, I think is the way to go, because then we're improving and learning all year round. And then something that I wished that I did more of, and I know that so many looking back at the beginning of their careers wish they did, is start saving for retirement, because when we're starting young, we have so much time to allow our money to grow and compound, and it just makes it so much easier on us later. And that money is coming out pre-tax, typically, when it's a 401k, so it actually feels less painful than you'd expect. So I'd say, looking back, that's something that a lot of people that I talk to wish they put more aside for retirement and let it grow for them.
And we've talked so much here at the Digital Desk about debt and what debt can do as far as your mental health and various other things that it can do. Do you feel, I love the name of the financial adulting. I love that. But do you feel like that one reason you decided to put this book together is because a lot of times people build up that debt while they're young, and then after they get out of college, they've built up all this debt as they're starting their new job. Do you feel like a lot of that debt ends up getting built up early on in life, and then you're just spending time trying to pay it back?
Definitely is a big part of stress in the younger generation, and something you mentioned about the booths during college and getting a free t-shirt and having, understanding that when we're paying that minimum payment, it isn't actually potentially making any dent in the balance, and our credit card could still be growing. So there's so much there, and I do think there's so much shame. First of all, there's a lot of stress around debt, especially when we're starting our careers and we might not have a lot of extra income to go towards those debt payments, but then also just the shame that comes with debt. And so I first love to talk, in the book I talk about what debt is, and it's really just money we owe for something we bought. It doesn't mean we're bad or that we did something wrong, or it could be a certain time in our life, it could be a mistake we made. But from there, really, I think sometimes when we have so much shame around the debt, it has us even not look at it. So I take everyone through a 3-step process to make a plan to manage and pay down debt by starting with looking at what it actually is. And that can be as stressful as that sounds to list out all that information. It can be really eye-opening. And then once we know what's happening, we can make a plan to manage it. So always better to have that information than to not look.
And educating yourself about what you need to know is so important. And you were mentioning about paying that minimum. I had a friend that during that age time, between 18, early 20s, she got a bunch of credit cards and she told me, she's like, just pay the minimum payment. And I'm like, this is terrible advice. I guess any final points you want to make before we let you go?
I go back to that taking small, consistent steps. And you mentioned earlier why I wrote this book. And because so many of the things that you're mentioning are things that I made mistakes with. And I studied finance, I worked in finance, and I still knew nothing about my own finances. And so this is something that we are not set up for. So we want to learn as much as we can. And my goal is, in writing this book and in the work I do, that others don't have to make the same mistakes that I did and can progress through their financial lives with a lot less stress and potentially heartache.
Well, Ashley Feinstein Gerstley, the author of Financial Adulting, Everything You Need to Know to Be a Financially Confident and Conscious Adult. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing some really great advice and some really good tips for our viewers this morning.
Thank you for having me.
First Alert meteorologist Patrick Ellis here on ActionNews5.com and also our various digital platforms with you. Talking temperatures in the middle 80s for today, a mixture of sun and clouds, and an isolated shower or thunderstorm can't be ruled out as we roll through the afternoon hours. If you have plans heading out to the barbecue championship contest down at Tom Lee Park in downtown, hey, watch out for a pop-up downpour this afternoon, but for the vast majority of the day, probably going to be dry with a mixture of clouds and sunshine. Temperatures getting in the middle 80s. West and southwesterly breezes coming in here around 5 to 10 miles per hour. The bulk of our rain and storms, though, will likely come in during the overnight period tonight into the lead up for your Saturday morning. So late storms rolling in here, some of which could be heavy, could even be an isolated strong to severe thunderstorm, not out of the realm of possibility. I can't rule it out that we can see an isolated gusty storm or two this afternoon with those popcorn downpours. But the bulk of the rain and storms, again, maybe some gusty winds and hail potential in play there amid some heavy downpours. It's this storm system coming out of Oklahoma that will be shifting in our direction. Here's the thing, though. A lot of the model guidance today has slowed down considerably on the timing of getting this out. Yesterday, our thoughts were, okay, this will get on out of here fairly quickly and get out of here in time for the showboats and the Bluff City Fair. All these things going on this weekend, and even for the Barbecue Fest for tomorrow. Things are slowing down enough that we will keep a mention of a few showers in the forecast, especially if you're outside of 269 heading out towards northeast Mississippi, out towards the Tennessee River. We're probably going to keep the rain and clouds a little bit longer for the daytime hours for tomorrow. Eventually, we'll clear it all out, and weather looks pretty good for your Sunday, but we have to get there first. We also tonight have the Redbirds in town. First pitch at 81 degrees this evening at 7:05 at AutoZone Park. We'll go 76 at the 7th inning stretch, and last pitch about 74, but keep in mind there will be a chance for a couple of showers and storms, and by last pitch you may be looking off towards the north and west and seeing some flashes of lightning. That will come by way of some showers and thunderstorms making their way across the area. This is 3 o'clock this afternoon. A couple of pop-up downpours again underneath. Heavy rain, frequent lightning, gusty wind potential in play. As I mentioned, if you're looking north and west from AutoZone Park this evening, 9 o'clock this evening, you may notice some flashes of lightning. That's from thunderstorms in northeast Arkansas, shifting in our direction, moving across the Mississippi River as we head through 10, 11, midnight tonight. A few of these storms could be a bit gusty as they roll through our area. Temperatures will ease their way down through the 60s by early tomorrow morning and could have some lingering shower chances into the start of your Saturday morning. Most of it's out of here by lunchtime. The clouds may linger. A cool breeze filtering in here will keep temperatures in the lower to middle 70s. Speaking of what's happening tomorrow, showboats in town going for win number 3 over at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. Temperatures in the upper 60s at kickoff at 11:30, near 70 at the halftime, and we'll go 72 by the fourth quarter. Northeasterly breezes coming in there around 10 miles per hour. Hey, bright sunshine on the way for your Sunday, mixing with a few clouds. Will keep the rain chances pretty much at bay as high pressure builds into the area as we head towards next week. Temperatures creeping upward into the middle 80s, and mugginess will also gradually increase as well as we get closer and closer to Memorial Day weekend.
Shelby County has some of the highest rates of new HIV infection all across the country, and it's the Shelby County community. Many of us are especially vulnerable. Awareness is so key when it comes to HIV awareness, and certainly it is an issue that has plagued Shelby County for so long. Let's bring in infectious disease doctor, a familiar face to many of us, Dr. Shirin Mazumdar, joining us on the digital desk. She was someone that we saw so often during the pandemic, and I'm sure she misses those interviews over and over and the same questions over and over again. Dr. Mazumdar, so great to see you. How have you been? Tell me what's going on and tell our viewers.
Oh, I'm doing great, Andrew. It's great to be back with you guys.
Good to have you with us. Okay, so we're talking HIV awareness and certainly HIV rates right now. Can you give us just briefly an update on Shelby County when it comes to HIV?
Yeah, so HIV is still an ongoing public health issue. We've got about 48 million people worldwide living with HIV, over 1 million people in the United States living with HIV. And here in Shelby County, we have over 7,000 people living with HIV. And according to the CDC, Memphis ranks 3rd in new HIV cases among individuals between the ages of 19 and 24. And we rank 8th in the nation overall for new HIV cases.
That is so disturbing. I would guess that this is kind of the same level where we've been at. There really hasn't been a decline or an increase, has there?
No, we're still seeing significant rates of HIV, and so we're really trying to promote HIV awareness through HIV testing, treatment, and also preventative options that we now have available to prevent HIV infection.
Let's talk about that, because I understand the preventable and the treatment options have evolved over the years, haven't they?
Yeah, so we do have something called PrEP, or HIV pre-exposure prophylaxis. And this refers to medication that people can take to reduce the risk of HIV infection. It's highly effective. It's about 99% effective in preventing HIV acquisition through sex. And it's really something that I think is underutilized. The CDC estimated in 2020 that only 25% of people that may have benefited from PrEP were actually taking it. And so it's something that we really want to let people know about because it's something that's very easy to do. PrEP consists of either an oral medication that can be taken once a day, and there's even an injectable long-acting medication that can be given every 2 months, and it's highly effective.
How can people get more information about this? Do they just call the health department? Do they go in person? Can they go online?
There's several different options to access PrEP. People can always talk to their physician and their healthcare team. The health department is also a great resource. And if individuals are uninsured, that should not discourage them from seeking out PrEP if they're a candidate. There are state and federal assistance programs. There's something called Ready, Set, PrEP, which can be accessed online, that is there to help ensure that uninsured individuals can also access PrEP.
What about the future of HIV vaccines? Tell me more about that.
So unfortunately, there is not currently an HIV vaccine available. And actually, this last Wednesday, we celebrated HIV Vaccine Awareness Day. And this is really a day to thank volunteers and researchers who are working together to find and develop a safe and effective HIV vaccine. It's been an area of interest for many years, but unfortunately, we do not currently have an available HIV vaccine, but I'm really hopeful that someday we will. And in the meantime, we have tools such as PrEP available to prevent HIV infection.
If someone just wants to bring awareness to the issue of HIV, new treatments, manageable treatments, what do you recommend they do?
Yeah, I think that if somebody wants to learn more, I think that we have some really great places here in Shelby County for people to seek more information. Physicians and healthcare teams are also always a great place to start. Also, we have different clinics and different departments, such as the health department, that are great places to seek information as well.
Dr. Shirin Mazumdar, it's so great to see you. I appreciate you coming on the Digital Desk. Feel free to come on the Digital Desk anytime there's an issue you'd like to talk about. It's always great to talk to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew.
Take care. All right. So right now, let's talk about trains and how essential they are to so much of our economy, moving things we need, moving things around the country. But unfortunately, you probably know this, it is certainly something not without risk, okay? Yeah, usually a train's speed or the load it's carrying creates a lot of danger. Our national investigative reporter, Josie Sturman, discovered that trains can cause injuries, they can cause deaths, and they can delay emergency response simply by sitting still.
It's the kind of moment that takes your breath away. A little girl in a bright red coat, tiny arms and legs wiggling underneath a train car that could move at any moment. This is a situation that would usually send people running, but in Hammond, Indiana, it's quiet as she dusts herself off, casually picks up her book bag and a dropped water bottle, and carries on.
Her book bag could have got caught, her jacket could have got caught.
Moments like this still shock Akeisha Henderson, who moved here nearly 3 years ago. A few months ago, she started recording them, posting on social media, showing the world what normal looks like in a city where trains may block the street for hours at a time.
It's too far down.
Leaving kids with no choice but to take their chances, tangling with the steel beast that often stands in their way to school.
I know they're used to it. I can tell, because it's like they didn't hesitate to do it.
Industry experts say trains generally stop like this because their crew have reached the maximum hours they can work, or because of rail switching practices which impact when and where trains can move.
It's heartbreaking, terrifying.
Our national investigative team and our partner ProPublica repeatedly saw why, watching everything from a student lifting his bike over stalled train cars to crowds of kids waiting to see if a train would move before jumping over one by one to make the morning bell.
I think it's outrageous.
We took the video to members of Congress.
It's shocking.
and Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg.
It's exactly why we believe that there needs to be and can be more done.
Our national investigative team combed through data from the Federal Railroad Administration, which has been collecting blocked crossing complaints from the public since 2019. Last year alone, that data shows more than 30,000 reports of blocked crossings across the nation, with Texas, Ohio, Illinois, Indiana, and Tennessee in the top 5 for complaints. But the FRA has no legal authority to regulate the problem.
It's always frustrating when you see behavior by a company and you're a regulator and you can't just grab them by the collar and say, stop it.
Secretary Buttigieg believes this is the moment for Congress to act and give the FRA, which falls under his umbrella, more authority. But he's not waiting for solutions. He's funding them, putting $3 billion toward projects nationwide that make crossings safer or get rid of them altogether.
If we can target those resources to where there is the most inconvenience or the most danger, then that's going to be a big win for the communities that are impacted.
The Association of American Railroads, an industry lobbying group, says safety will always be their top priority, with their members committed to being responsible community partners using a variety of strategies to minimize blocked crossings. As for Norfolk Southern, whose train we saw blocking crossings for at least 4 hours in Hammond, the company originally agreed to an interview with Investigate TV and ProPublica, but canceled abruptly, citing a family emergency. After we posted our story online, Hammond's mayor says he got a call from Norfolk Southern's CEO saying he wants to fix the situation. We're told they're now working together on a solution to protect kids whose walk to school is often blocked by stopped trains, with details coming soon.
All right, let's talk about the fraud alert that is currently an issue here across the country. From crypto to cash apps, AARP Fraud Watch Network is revealing the latest fraud tactics right here, right now, because they are going on attack. Scammers are constantly looking for their next victim, and we want to do a deep dive on all this with Kathy Stokes. She's the director of fraud prevention programs at AARP. I'm so glad she's back with us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Kathy, good morning. Nice to have you again. Let's talk about this latest scam and maybe the big problems with these scams in the U.S. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm so glad that we're talking about this today. It's really important to spread the word.
I agree. So what is the surefire way? Because I know there's several different ways to really kind of know something is a scam. What is a surefire way that we can tell people, hey, watch out for this? It's an immediate red flag that this is a scam.
Yeah, there is an immediate red flag, and I hope what I'm saying is actually something that will work. We got to try something, right? We know that the criminals use our emotions against us. They know that this is the way our brain works, that if we're in a heightened emotional state, then we're more likely to believe anything they're telling us. So when you get that communication out of the blue that makes you panic or makes you very afraid or maybe really excited because you just won a lot of money, understand that that is the tactic among criminals and don't engage to begin with.
Exactly. And we know that a lot of people like to dabble in cryptocurrency, but for some reason, cryptocurrency is involved in a lot of scams too. Tell me more.
Well, there's a lot going on in the crypto space. None of us really know a ton about it, and the criminals will take advantage of that. One thing we're seeing is crypto ATM machines popping up everywhere. I mean, just pull your map up and put crypto ATM machine and you'll see it. And the criminals are able to convince people that to pay for whatever problem that they need to address right away, go to the bank, take out cash, go to the crypto ATM machine, put that cash in the machine, send it to a wallet via a QR code, and that money is gone. And they're also doing investment schemes, trying to get people to believe that they've made a ton of money themselves and they can teach them how, but it's all completely fraudulent, and the money invested and the money that you think you're getting in returns is not real.
You know, I've heard, Kathy, several times about gift cards and Venmo and Cash App and other different money apps that are used for fraud. Tell me some good red flags that people can watch out for when it comes to that, because it seems like Venmo is used so frequently these days.
Well, you know, and it's really out there as a convenience for, you know, sharing costs among friends or family. And when it's used in another way, if someone is convincing you that there's a big financial problem that you have to address right away and to send that money by a peer-to-peer payment app, it's a scam. Same stands if they say that the best way to get that money right away to solve the problem is to buy a gift card and share the number off the back. Good news on that, 75% of people in our survey know that that's a scam, but we still saw $250 million in reported losses to gift card fraud last year.
Wow, that's a lot. It's extraordinary, and I hate to hear it. Why don't people report more scams? Are they just embarrassed?
Yeah, and you know, it's our tendency to blame victims, and so they blame themselves. And especially if you're an older adult, and older adults are far more likely to lose a lot of money to the fraud, even though younger people experience it more often. But they may be afraid that their adult kids will think there's something wrong, that they're not able cognitively to deal with their finances anymore, and that couldn't be any further from the truth. But that fear will stop people from reporting.
What else can we talk about, Kathy, to warn people out there with regards to this? Because as you've been saying, fraud is such an issue right now. It's so prevalent, especially with the demo that AARP serves.
We need to understand that fraud is a crime, that the crime itself is highly sophisticated these days, that it's largely the space of transnational criminal enterprises. And so it's us as an individual against that. Understand it is not that victim's fault. They didn't miss something. This is just something that the criminals do that they're really good at. We have to start understanding it for the crime it is, treat victims with empathy, convince them to report to the police because it is a crime and they do want a record of that. And we just need to change this narrative. It is not the fraud victim's fault.
Is there a place where people can go online, get some more information about all this fraud and various scams out there?
Yeah, you can go to aarp.org/FraudWatchNetwork. While you're there, you can sign up for biweekly alerts from us that just keep you mindful that fraud is happening. It'll tell you about what the new schemes are, and then share that. The more we talk about fraud, the less likely we are to engage in the fraud attempts.
Okay, Kathy Stokes, Director of Fraud Prevention Programs at AARP. Always a great conversation. Always great to have you on the digital desk. Thanks very much.
Great to be here again. Thank you.
Check out the latest cover of La Prensa Latina. That is the largest bilingual newspaper in the Memphis area. And you can see there political and financial chaos. This is talking about the debt ceiling. Let's bring in Jairo Aquillo with La Prensa Latina to talk more about some of the headlines you will see in this week's edition. Jairo, good morning. How are you on this Friday?
Hey, good morning, Andrew. I'm good. As you see, the cover is on fire, as probably down in Washington.
Yeah, no question about it. So, so tell me about what that article focuses on inside the pages of La Prensa Latina.
Well, as you know, it's been all over the news with the U.S. Government default. So, in this particular case, you know, we wanted to make sure we did an overview of what it is, the job cuts, no social security checks, how consumers could be pinched by this U.S. government default. And really to understand what the problem is, if the government's legal borrowing is $31.4 trillion, is not raised or suspended by June 1st, it could mean financial havoc, right? So I think that, you know, eventually the Democrats and the Republicans are going to come to an agreement. I think that by June 1st, we will see something happen. I mean, I think this is probably the 78th, 79th time this debt has been raised. So it will happen. I don't think the U.S. is going to be one of those countries that default. I mean, in the last 100 years, I think there's only been in the last 100 years, there's probably been about 6 countries that defaulted. And as strong as the U.S. is, and we should not see that in our country. So.
Okay, all right, and you can read this and much more at La Prensa Latina, also laprensalatina.com. I want to move on to this story. This is about Malco and midweek at the Malco. Tell me more about this, Jairo.
Yeah, so there's a new film fest for all ages in Memphis. So this is, I think the tickets are like $3 per person. All the proceeds will benefit local children charities in the Mid-South. And you can see movies from like Sing 2, which is an amazing movie, Boss Baby, Trolls, Croods, Minions, Secret Life of Pets. I think you have that on the screen. The Bad Guys. And so we have a list on our website of the participating Malco, as well as you can read them online. We have all the participating Malco theaters that you can go to with your family and enjoy these movies and know that these proceeds are going to help other children in need in the Mid-South with these local charities. So we're very proud to kind of partner with Malco and getting this information out to the Latino community.
Yeah, I mean, very family-friendly affair, that all those movies listed. It's great to see. Again, you can see that list at laprensalatina.com. Anything else before we let you go, Jairo?
Well, we have all of our information, our websites. One of our top trending stories, we've put in the website, volunteers from there's a local entrepreneur, Leti Barreto, and other local leaders in the Jackson Avenue area that kind of came together with the Memphis Stormwater and are doing a great job. And this is something I wanted to kind of highlight them this week because they did a great job in going out last weekend and cleaning out the city. So this is just one of those small efforts, and one of those small good news is that probably doesn't make it into the news, but I wanted to make sure that I give them props, and also the city of Memphis Stormwater and everybody that participated in cleaning up the streets of the city of Memphis. And as well, you can read all of our information, like Andrew said, on laprensalatina.com. You can go to our social media. Our social media handle is La Prensa Latina Media. You can pick up our newspaper in over 250 distribution points all over the city, including the Memphis Public Library branches, farmers markets, anywhere Latinos frequent the most, you'll be able to see that. We have excellent recipes in our newspaper, so it's really a great tool for not just Americans to kind of know what's going on in the community, but also for newcomers of Latinos to pick up the newspaper and to also know what's going on in the American community. What are some of the resources that I can find that will help my family, especially those that just arrive?
Well said, Jairo. I really appreciate you. I appreciate Vivian and the rest of the team there at La Prensa Latina. Thanks very much. Enjoy your weekend.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Andrew.
First Alert meteorologist Patrick Ellis here on ActionNews5.com and also our various digital platforms with you. Talking temperatures in the middle 80s for today, a mixture of sun and clouds, and an isolated shower or thunderstorm can't be ruled out as we roll through the afternoon hours. If you have plans heading out to the barbecue championship contest down at Tom Lee Park in downtown, hey, watch out for a pop-up downpour this afternoon, but for the vast majority of the day, probably going to be dry with a mixture of clouds and sunshine. Temperatures getting in the middle 80s. West and southwesterly breezes coming in here around 5 to 10 miles per hour. The bulk of our rain and storms, though, will likely come in during the overnight period tonight into the lead up for your Saturday morning. So late storms rolling in here, some of which could be heavy, could even be an isolated strong to severe thunderstorm, not out of the realm of possibility. I can't rule it out that we can see an isolated a gusty storm or two this afternoon with those popcorn downpours. But the bulk of the rain and storms, again, maybe some gusty winds and hail potential in play there amid some heavy downpours. It's this storm system coming out of Oklahoma that will be shifting in our direction. Here's the thing, though. A lot of the model guidance today has slowed down considerably on the timing of getting this out. Yesterday, our thoughts were, okay, this will get on out of here fairly quickly and get out of here in time for the showboats and the Bluff City Fair, all these things going on this weekend, and even for the Barbecue Fest for tomorrow. Things are slowing down enough that we will keep a mention of a few showers in the forecast, especially if you're outside of 269 heading out towards northeast Mississippi, out towards the Tennessee River. We're probably going to keep the rain and clouds a little bit longer for the daytime hours for tomorrow. Eventually, we'll clear it all out, and weather looks pretty good for your Sunday, but we have to get there first. We also tonight have the Redbirds in town. First pitch at 81 degrees this evening at 7:05 at AutoZone Park. We'll go 76 at the seventh inning stretch, and last pitch about 74, but keep in mind there will be a chance for a couple of showers and storms, and by last pitch you may be looking off towards the north and west and seeing some flashes of lightning. That will come by way of some showers and thunderstorms making their way across the area. This is 3 o'clock this afternoon. A couple of pop-up downpours again underneath. Heavy rain, frequent lightning, gusty wind potential in play. As I mentioned, if you're looking north and west from AutoZone Park this evening, 9 o'clock this evening, you may notice some flashes of lightning. That's from thunderstorms in northeast Arkansas, shifting in our direction, moving across the Mississippi River as we head through 10, 11, midnight tonight. A few of these storms could be a bit gusty as they roll through our area. Temperatures will ease their way down through the 60s by early tomorrow morning and could have some lingering shower chances into the start of your Saturday morning. Most of it's out of here by lunchtime. The clouds may linger. A cool breeze filtering in here will keep temperatures in the lower to middle 70s. Speaking of what's happening tomorrow, showboats in town going for win number 3 over at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. Temperatures in the upper 60s at kickoff at 11:30, near 70 at the halftime, and we'll go 72 by the fourth quarter. Northeasterly breezes coming in there around 10 miles per hour. Hey, bright sunshine all the way for your Sunday, mixing with a few clouds. Will keep the rain chances pretty much at bay as high pressure builds into the area as we head towards next week. Temperatures creeping upward into the middle 80s, and mugginess will also gradually increase as well as we get closer and closer to Memorial Day weekend.
All right, Andrew Douglas back here in the Action News 5 digital desk. We know that temperatures are going to be heating up once again here in Memphis and the Mid-South. Summer, it's just a few weeks away. It starts next month. And, you know, when we're dealing with summer, we like to be outside. We like to do fun activities. Well, here's the thing, though. We're going to be out in the sun, and all that extra time out in the sun, that can lead to some problems like skin cancer, melanoma. So right now, we are joined by Dr. Martin Fleming. He is the Division Chief for Surgical Oncology at the University of Tennessee Health Science Center to talk about the best ways to protect our skin. Dr. Fleming, good morning to you. I appreciate you joining us. How dangerous are the sun's rays?
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Well, as you said, we all like to get outside and have fun, and this is the time of year to do it as we gear up our spring and summer. But the sun can cause significant damage to your skin over time. And some of the problems it causes, some minor skin cancers are really more nuisances than life-threatening issues. But others, like melanoma, can truly be life-threatening, and 10 to 12,000 people a year in the United States die of melanoma. So it's not an insignificant problem, and it's something to really be mindful of.
Yeah, I remember talking with a dermatologist a number of years ago and an oncologist, and they told me the exact same thing. People don't realize how deadly melanoma can be. Let's talk a little bit about how skin cancer can affect the body overall.
Sure. The skin is, we say, the largest organ of your body. It really is when you think of the surface area of the total body. And as styles have changed and activities have changed, styles being clothing styles have changed, the skin is more and more exposed to the sun than it was 50 years ago, 100 years ago. And then in this part of the country, in the Mid-South, there's a very large population of historically Scotch-Irish people with very fair complexions that migrated to the United States, immigrated to the United States, and migrated into the Deep South in the 1800s and became farmers. So we have a big population of people with skin that wasn't intended to be exposed to this kind of sun, who are over years getting a cumulative exposure that can cause some significant damage.
I know that there are certain types of skin cancer that are, I guess, more deadlier than others. Can you go through the basic types of skin cancer and who is most at risk?
Sure. Starting with the different types, the most common type of skin cancer that we encounter is basal cell carcinoma. Basal cell carcinoma is very frequent. Every dermatologist in the country takes care of them on a regular basis. They are often in older folks that have had a lot of sun exposure over time, and often on the face and forehead and scalp of people with a lot of sun exposure. They don't spread, with rare exceptions. They're a local nuisance that needs to be dealt with. They are cancers and they need to be removed. And if left untreated, they can become massive in size and a huge problem. But at their initial stages, they're very small and just need to be removed. The next is squamous cell carcinoma. It is also not very aggressive, usually also in a small office procedure, but there's a small, about 10% subset of those that actually can be very aggressive and spread to lymph nodes and cause life-threatening problems. But in general, basal cells and squamous cells are less concerning. Then less common, but much more aggressive, are something called Merkel cell carcinoma, which is very rare, but we see plenty of it because of sun exposure, and then melanoma, which is actually much more frequent than people might realize. Melanoma is, if found very, very early, is very curable, very treatable, and a procedure that's larger than an office procedure usually, but certainly an outpatient surgery that can take care of the situation permanently. If not treated, though, and progressing over time, it can spread rapidly and wildly throughout the body and become a life-threatening problem. So the people most at risk for all these types of skin cancers are the people with the most sun exposure over a long period of time. It's not a sunburn that you got 2 weeks ago or even last summer. It's sun exposure from a very early age. I grew up here in Memphis, and I mean, we didn't even know what sunscreen was when I was a kid. And sunscreen for me was a t-shirt. If you got too much sun, you just put on a t-shirt. But that kind of exposure over time, especially people with fair complexions, classically people with blue eyes or green eyes, red or auburn hair, blonde hair, and more than one significant sunburn as a child. I see patients and they usually can tell me a story of some time when they had a sunburn that was bad enough that they were truly sick. They were in bed with blisters and feeling bad for several days. That type of sunburn is at an early age really sets people up for problems in the future. And so it really becomes a situation where vigilance and surveillance is the way to take care of it. We can't prevent them from happening from something that, sun exposure 30 years ago, but we know that if we find them early and we take care of them, they're definitely curable and treatable.
What about the symptoms? I've always heard that if you have a mole that's kind of growing, to maybe get it checked out by a dermatologist. Give me some ideas, some symptoms for folks.
Yeah. The things we see that melanoma can start from nothing, or it can be a mole or a freckle that starts to change over time. So some guidelines we tell people that are pretty easy to remember, and it's a rubric on purpose. The letter A stands for asymmetry. So if you have something that's not round or oval, but kind of a strange shape, sometimes going out in more than one dimension in a weird way. B is for border irregularity, meaning the edge of the pigmental lesion doesn't stop cleanly. It kind of feathers out and disappears into the normal looking skin. C is for color variation. If you have a lesion that has brown and black and sometimes even blue and red kind of mixed in it, that's a hint that something's going on. And then D is for diameter. And we usually use about a 5 millimeter diameter to start being concerned. 5 millimeters, I tell people, is about the size of a pencil eraser. So if you use that as kind of a size judgment. And then E is the one that's a little more nebulous, but I think it's helpful, is evolution, meaning it's changing over time. So no one thing that I've mentioned is a cause for concern necessarily. A lot of moles and freckles change over time. As children grow up, they sometimes get bigger. As we get older, we get new, pigmented areas and age spots, as we call them, and freckles from the sun. Those are okay. But if you start to see a lesion that's doing those things I described and looks that way, it's certainly important to just get it biopsied or get it removed. That takes 5 minutes in the office, and then the problem is either evaluated so we know what we're dealing with, or gone so you don't have to worry about it anymore. So A, B, C, D, E is a great way to remember.
I got you. Okay, so now let's talk about ways to protect our skin this summer. I guess it starts with sunscreen SPF 30, right?
Well, yes, we can start there. I personally wear SPF 100. I really do. I don't want or need any more sun. And so when I get outside, I put on SPF 100. I actually do some volunteer surgery work in other parts of the world, and I'm sometimes at the equator, and I don't have the skin for equator sun. And so I wear SPF 100, and I come home with virtually no sun exposure at all. So it works. So sunscreen is really important. The other things you can do that are tangible that don't involve sunscreen is just being conscious of the sun. If you're at the beach, don't go out between noon and 3 or 10 and 2, we sometimes say. Use those hottest parts of the days to do something indoors. If you are at the beach, under the umbrella is great. You can still be out there. You can be part of it. There are some clothing, so you even have SPF built into them to protect you from the sun. Hats especially are great. And I tell people get hats with a brim on them. Otherwise, the back of your neck and the top of your ears are still going to get a lot of sun. So those are the kind of things that are just kind of common sense, easy things to do that allow you to be out, enjoy the outdoors, enjoy the sunshine, and not put yourself at risk. I'm a big advocate, especially when people have had a melanoma, they feel like they have to live in a cave. And I say, no, you don't. Go do the things you enjoy and live your life, but just be conscious of what the risks are and what sun exposure means, and make those interventions as you can.
We've talked about a lot, Dr. Fleming, with regards to protection, the problems, perhaps some solutions. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go? It's been very interesting and I know helpful to our viewers. Thousands, by the way, join us here on the Digital Desk.
Well, I'm happy to be here and happy to answer questions. And I would just say, if you have a concern, go see somebody. Don't feel like it's too small or too insignificant to have a lesion, a mole, or freckle evaluated. If you see something changing, go see somebody. If you have any concerns, go see your doctor. That's what we're here for. And if it's nothing to worry about, then you can go home, comfortable that you've had it evaluated. Regular surveillance is very important. And if you're somebody that has had a sun exposure, even if you've never had skin cancer, but you know in your life growing up, you had significant sun exposure, I would say, get a good dermatologist and go once a year, just once a year, to let them look you over. If things evolve so that you have a skin cancer problem, then they're going to want to see you more frequently. But just for surveillance with everything being okay, once a year trip is just like a checkup to your regular doctor. And it really is helpful, and because intervention is all about, surveillance and finding things early.
Okay, Dr. Martin Fleming, the surgical oncologist, division chief at the University of Tennessee Health Science Center. We really appreciate you. I know you also work at Regional One Health. Thanks very much for taking a few minutes and talking with us this morning. Appreciate it.
Sure, happy to do it. Thank you for having me.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The Methodist Le Bonheur Transplant Institute is hosting a community educational event this coming Sunday, May 21st. It's called The Big Ask, The Big Give. Let's talk more about this event with Gayatri Jaishankar. She is Senior Director and Transplant Administrator at the Methodist Transplant Institute. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing well, Gayatri. So tell me about the Big Ask, Big Give.
So we are very, very excited to partner with the National Kidney Foundation on the Big Ask, Big Give. It's a program that is designed for patients who have kidney disease and are looking for an organ transplant. And it helps the patient have those crucial conversations on how one can go about finding a living donor for themselves. The program is also beneficial to anyone who is looking to be a living donor, either for a loved one, someone that they know, or just altruistically to help someone on the kidney transplant waiting list.
Tell me about this event. Has it happened before? Who shows up? What are you expecting to come out of this event, Gayatri?
It is for the first time that the event is happening at Methodist University Hospital at the Transplant Institute in Memphis. But the event has happened at other transplant programs around the country. So it's a program that happens across the nation, and we are bringing the same program to our community, to our program. The event is, like I said, it helps patients understand how to have those conversations on finding a living donor for themselves. We have noticed that that has been the greatest struggle for patients, and it teaches you tools, tricks, and tactics on how you can not only have those conversations with your near and dear, but also with the extended community.
So who are you expecting to show up at this event? I mean, who can participate? Is it only for people looking for transplants, kidney transplant lists, that sort of thing?
So the event is most beneficial for people who are needing a kidney transplant. So either you are on a transplant list or you are considering kidney transplant as a treatment option, but the event is open to the community. Like I had mentioned, there are many avenues to becoming a living donor. You can either become a living donor for someone that you know personally, for a loved one, or you could be an altruistic living donor where you just want to donate a kidney to anyone in your community because it is life-saving, and they don't say the gift of life simply. It truly is a gift of life. So the event is educational, and we welcome anybody who wants to participate, but the event is most beneficial if you're looking at kidney transplant as a treatment option.
So I'm curious, if I have a family member that is having some kidney problems and then it turns out that they need a kidney transplant, what's the process to go about finding if I perhaps am a match?
That's a great question. Every transplant program, especially at our center, we put in the same, if not more, effort into evaluating whether a person is going to qualify to being a living donor. We have an obligation not only to our patients, but to our donors, because it is the most selfless of acts. We have a criteria, a medical criteria that we evaluate a potential donor on to find out if you are going to be a match for who you intend to donate. But there is also a program that we do, which is a kidney swap program. So if you are interested in being a donor for someone, but you may not qualify on being a direct donor for the person that you intend to be, then you can donate to someone else, and your loved one can benefit from another donor's kidney who may also be incompatible. So there are many options to being a donor. They are all evaluated extremely carefully. They are evaluated on each individual patient basis. And we make sure that it is very, very safe for the donor to proceed with donation, and they can lead healthy, happy lives post-donation.
That sounds fantastic. I know you guys do amazing work there at Methodist. Where can people learn more about this event? Is it free?
Yes, the event is free. The event is at Methodist University Hospital, as you mentioned, on the 21st of May at 1 p.m. The entire community can learn more on this event from our Facebook page. It's Methodist Le Bonheur Healthcare. We have all of the details of the event, how to register. Even if you haven't registered, we will be able to register you in real time. We are just looking for participation because it is going to be so informational for the community.
Okay, Gayatri Jaishankar, we appreciate you joining us. The Methodist Transplant Institute, you guys do amazing work each and every day. Thank you for all that you do, and appreciate the info on the digital desk. Have a good one.
You too. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, we've heard the sayings before. You're only as old as you feel, right? And age is just a number. Well, scientists who study aging say there's actually some science to that. Researchers want to determine a person's biological age instead of their chronological age. It was the subject of a Best Life report, and it was about how to become what's called a super ager. Take a look. Why are people happy and spry as they add years to their lives while others struggle with sickness and disease? It's a question that's nagged researcher Adi Gukher for years. Her grandparents lived with them growing up. She calls her grandfather a superhero.
He could walk up 3 flights of stairs. He's in his 80s, washed his own clothes, picked me up from school.
Her grandmother was the same age, yet she struggled.
Since she was in her 60s, she was constantly getting one disease or the other.
These days, this cell biologist is looking to answer the question of why some people are super agers, seemingly avoiding disease and disability, while others are early agers.
As we age, we kind of have these funky looking cells in us called zombie cells. In actual science, they are called senescent cells.
Those cells release inflammation into surrounding tissue. Inflammation is thought to increase the risk of diseases like type 2 diabetes and heart disease. Researchers work to find ways to rid our bodies of these zombie cells. Professor Gukher says prevention is the key. She says a little exercise goes a long way. Keeping a positive attitude, your mind will tell your body what to do, and eat a healthy diet.
If we take small steps today, we may have a healthier tomorrow.
Researchers also say it's so important to maintain an active social life. People who keep strong relationships and friendships tend to live well into their 80s and 90s. With ways to live your best life, I'm Andrew Douglas, Action News 5. All right, a new vaccine to protect newborns from RSV, one step closer to approval. Yesterday, the FDA advisors voted in favor of the Pfizer vaccine. Those on your screen there. Vaccine involves a single dose shot given to pregnant women in the 3rd trimester. The vaccine then triggers the development of antibodies that are passed along to the unborn baby. It's now up to the FDA whether to approve it, the RSV vaccine. So, the 2 top candidates running for Memphis mayor have the green light to continue their campaigns. A Chancery Court judge said Shelby County Sheriff Floyd Bonner and NAACP Memphis President Van Turner meet the residency requirements to run for Memphis mayor. Joyce Peterson reports.
I'm pleased with the chancellor's decision.
Victory in Shelby County Chancery Court Thursday for Memphis NAACP President and mayoral candidate Van Turner.
I think that I've proven that I'm vested in this city. I love this city. I'm a native of Whitehaven, and so I'm ready to run hard for this.
Attorneys for the city of Memphis argued there's a 5-year residency requirement for mayoral candidates. Attorneys for Turner, Shelby County Sheriff Floyd Bonner, and the Memphis City Council argued that voters did away with that in a 1996 referendum. Significant because Turner lived in unincorporated Shelby County and Bonner in Bartlett until both bought houses in Memphis this year.
We'll start showing up and talking about the issues. I think that's the important thing that citizens want to hear from all the candidates.
So it puts a lot more focus on the voters, which is where it should be. They should be making the decision.
When asked why the city of Memphis pushed for this 5-year residency requirement, Bonner's attorney told us.
Because they have a preferred candidate that they want to win, and they believe that that candidate is more likely to win if Mr. Bonner and Mr. Turner are not in the race.
Reaction to the ruling from other candidates in the race? MSCS school board member Michelle McKissick tweeted, "The court ruled suburban residents can run for mayor of Memphis. I'm confident our neighbors want a Memphian leading our city." Downtown Memphis Commission President Paul Young tells Action News 5, "From the onset of this campaign, our focus has been on showcasing how I will be the transformative leader Memphis needs in this pivotal moment. That goal remains unchanged. I eagerly await the chance to engage in spirited debate with all candidates." And Tennessee House Minority Leader Representative Karen Camper says the decision to allow candidates to run for mayor who do not meet the residency requirements sets a dangerous precedent that will allow anyone from anywhere to be eligible to serve as Memphis mayor.
Okay, and businessman and mayoral candidate J.W. Gibson, a former Shelby County commissioner who tried to join the city of Memphis lawsuit, says, quote, "I'm terribly disappointed and frustrated with the decision. It opens up the door for non-residents from Arkansas or from Mississippi and to throw their name in contention for the highest local government position in the city of Memphis without living here. Memphians should be disgusted and insulted." Of course, we'll be sure to focus on the mayoral election more and more as it gets ready for Election Day.
First Alert meteorologist Patrick Ellis here on ActionNews5.com and also our various digital platforms with you. Talking temperatures in the middle 80s for today, a mixture of sun and clouds, and an isolated shower or thunderstorm can't be ruled out as we roll through the afternoon hours. If you have plans heading out to the barbecue championship contest down at Tom Lee Park in downtown, hey, watch out for a pop-up downpour this afternoon, but for the vast majority of the day, probably going to be dry with a mixture of clouds and sunshine. Temperatures getting in the middle 80s, west and southwesterly breezes coming in here around 5 to 10 miles per hour. The bulk of our rain and storms, though, will likely come in during the overnight period tonight into the lead up for your Saturday morning. So late storms rolling in here, some of which could be heavy, could even be an isolated strong to severe thunderstorm, not out of the realm of possibility. I can't rule it out that we can see an isolated gusty storm or two this afternoon with those popcorn downpours, but the bulk of the rain and storms, again, maybe some gusty winds and hail potential in play there amid some heavy downpours. It's this storm system coming out of Oklahoma that will be shifting in our direction. Here's the thing, though. A lot of the model guidance today has slowed down considerably on the timing of getting this out. Yesterday, our thoughts were, okay, this will get on out of here fairly quickly and get out of here in time for the showboats and the Bluff City Fair, all these things going on this weekend, and even for the barbecue fest for tomorrow. Things are slowing down enough that we will keep a mention of a few showers in the forecast, especially if you're outside of 269 heading out towards northeast Mississippi, out towards the Tennessee River. They're probably going to keep the rain and clouds a little bit longer for the daytime hours for tomorrow. Eventually, we'll clear it all out, and weather looks pretty good for your Sunday, but we have to get there first. We also tonight have the Redbirds in town. First pitch at 81 degrees this evening at 7:05 at AutoZone Park. We'll go 76 at the seventh inning stretch, and last pitch about 74, but keep in mind there will be a chance for a couple of showers and storms, and by last pitch you may be looking off towards the north and west and seeing some flashes of lightning. That will come by way of some showers and thunderstorms making their way across the area. This is 3 o'clock this afternoon, a couple of pop-up downpours again underneath. Heavy rain, frequent lightning, gusty wind potential in play. As I mentioned, if you're looking north and west from AutoZone Park this evening, 9 o'clock this evening, you may notice some flashes of lightning. That's from thunderstorms in northeast Arkansas, shifting in our direction, moving across the Mississippi River as we head through 10, 11, midnight tonight. A few of these storms could be a bit gusty as they roll through our area. Temperatures will ease their way down through the 60s by early tomorrow morning and could have some lingering shower chances into the start of your Saturday morning. Most of it's out of here by lunchtime. The clouds may linger. A cool breeze filtering in here will keep temperatures in the lower to middle 70s. Speaking of what's happening tomorrow, showboats in town going for win number 3 over at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. Temperatures in the upper 60s at kickoff at 11:30, near 70 at the halftime, and we'll go 72 by the fourth quarter. Northeasterly breezes coming in there around 10 miles per hour. Hey, bright sunshine on the way for your Sunday, mixing with a few clouds. Will keep the rain chances pretty much at bay as high pressure builds into the area as we head towards next week. Temperatures creeping upward into the middle 80s, and mugginess will also gradually increase as well as we get closer and closer to Memorial Day weekend.
Okay, Tennessee Governor Bill Lee signing the largest pay increase for teachers in state history. It is called the Teacher Paycheck Protection Act, and it is now officially law. It protects Tennessee teachers and taxpayers by ensuring union membership dues are no longer collected by school districts. It also makes Tennessee one of the top 10 states in the country for teacher pay, ensuring a minimum salary of $50,000 a year by 2026. That's a significant increase from the $35,000 a year back in 2019. Legal defense for Richard Barnett, the Arkansas man charged for his role in the January 6th Capitol riot has encountered a request from prosecutors for an 87-month sentence. Prosecutors suggesting prison time was at the top of the 70 to 87-month federal guidelines. His legal defense countered the request, saying 87 months would be a life sentence. The defense is requesting no jail at all, with a maximum of 6 months. His sentencing is set for May 24th. All right, the former governor of Arkansas paid a visit to the Quad Cities yesterday. Hernan Gutierrez spoke to the Republican candidate trying to stand out in a crowded GOP primary field.
Iowans take their job very seriously. They're very knowledgeable in the issues.
Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson hopes his experience will set him apart from what he calls the loud voices in the 2024 Republican primary.
I know how to cut expenses when we need to, grow the economy, and balance the budget. So my experience fits with the challenges that we face.
One Scott County Republican voter came to learn about Hutchinson's platform, saying he's willing to depart from those voices.
I'm looking to see what he's got for defense. We need policies that can put a lot of fuel back onto the market and decrease the prices.
Securing the U.S.-Mexico border is part of his solution to drug trafficking and gun violence.
And respond quickly if there's an intrusion, and that we can protect the United States, that we can stop that illegal flow coming into our country. That, to me, is what a secure border looks like.
With both issues continuing to make national headlines, Hutchinson also emphasized investing in mental health.
We need to have more of our Medicaid dollars devoted to this purpose. And so we can simplify the process, we can make it a priority in the delivery of those mental health services, which include addiction counseling.
Ron Childers at the Memphis in May World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest at Tom Lee Park in downtown Memphis, Tennessee. You know, we talk about the cooks, we talk about the barbecue. One of the things we don't often talk about are the folks who photograph it. And with me right now is Frank Boyer, probably one of the premier barbecue photographers, photojournalists, photographers of barbecue competition. Frank, you've been to this competition since what?
1996.
Wow, every year you're here.
Well, without pandemic. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
But you travel the world. You live in California, you travel the world just photographing barbecue competitions.
Yeah, and parties and things like that. And fun.
How many barbecue competitions will you hit every year?
Well, I hit the big four, which is starting off the year in February, go to Houston. And then if you're in Houston, you got to go to New Orleans because it's there. Go see Miss Lolly at Commanders. And then Memphis in May. And then KCBS is Kansas City for the Royal in September. And then Jack Daniels in October.
And that's where we met, at the Jack several years ago. Frank's been coming to this competition. I see him whenever I'm up on stage. He's right down there photographing all the champions, the winners. What stands out in your mind, especially when you're taking those photographs and those teams are walking up on that stage? Is there a moment that you've captured that's really stuck with you?
Well, it's the people. I mean, it's like any other hobby, it's the people. And once you kind of meet some of the people and get to know the people, you're rooting for them. And you might have three teams on stage, one of them's going to win, and you want all three of them to win. But it's fun.
So photography is your life. Is the barbecue, photographing barbecue, is that really like one of the highlights of what
well, barbecue in general. I mean, I've traveled to Europe with barbecue. I've taught it. I've taught barbecue at Google, of all places.
Wow.
I mean, I was teaching stick barbecue at the highest tech place in the world, which is Google. But they dropped about, I don't know, $400,000 or $500,000 on cookers because in the summer they get 5, 10, 15,000 interns, and they don't have any more cooking capacity, so they say barbecue. And so they needed to get their people tuned into them, and they were David Close pits, and I made sure they came in, that they were functional, they weren't damaged, and then get the people there to learn how to use them. The executive chef's going to figure it right out, but that's not who was using them. So we got that. So it's taken me, all over the country, met a lot of people, such as yourself, played in a lot of places, and it's been fun.
And has doing this also helped your barbecue cooking as well?
Oh yeah, you see different things. I mean, I competed from '93 to 2008. I've been California state champion. The blue pin, or the pin with the blue center on it, that's a perfect 180 score, meaning like all 6 judges thought you did real well that day. And there's a few more 180 pins. So I mean, I've cooked, I've won a few things, but it's been fun. It's been playtime, and you got to take the playtime seriously, very seriously.
I love it.
Yeah.
One last question.
Yes, sir.
Our new park, what do you think?
There's some aspects to it. When little kids come in here, they're going to go nuts.
Yeah.
It's not the same as it was for the barbecue. There's fewer teams, but the park itself, I was looking at stuff and I was shooting pictures on some of like the big squirrels and stuff. I have grandkids that are under 5. If they saw that, they'd go bonkers. You couldn't get them off at midnight. Come on, get down, come on.
Frank, I saw it, wanted on it too.
Yeah.
Frank Boyer.
Okay.
He's my buddy, he's my pal, and if I want my picture taken, he's the guy I want to take it.
Yeah.
It's good to see you, my friend.
Hey, good to see you, and I'm just seeing another barge come down, and look at the size of that river.
That
is
Mississippi.
Yeah.
Check out the latest cover of the Memphis Flyer. You can see it there. I want to talk about a story that's inside. It's about the Tennessee Ballet Theater. It's brought to life the histories of Ernestine and Hazel's, the Ansdale Mansion, and Jack Robinson Gallery through dance. And now the company is talking about the Medicine Factory, once a pharmaceutical company, now home to Artist Studios. Let's bring in the author of this article, Abigail Maurice. She is joining us now on the digital desk. Abigail, how are you? Good morning. Tell us about Tennessee Ballet Theater and the 901 stories. I find that so interesting.
Yeah, it's a really cool project that they do. It started, I think, a couple of years ago back, where they will bring to life like the histories of the building. So they did, like you said, Ernestine and Hazel's, and they're a Jack Robinson gallery. But this time around, they're in the Medicine Factory. But instead of just focusing on the Medicine Factory history, they're going to like expand out into the general Memphis area. So they will do like a dance that's like about, there's this woman, Mrs. W.C. Stewart, who ran her husband's potato chip and mayonnaise factory after he died, and that was in the Medicine Factory. And so the choreographer and artistic director of TBT, she talks a lot about how she was fascinated by doing the research, how she was only referred to Mrs. W.C. Stewart and not like by her first name or anything. It's like that's all we know about her. So she choreographed a dance to that, and it's really cool. And there are a bunch of other stories in there too.
I love it. It's almost like local history. I'm a big fan of history, and I love local history when you can tell it. And then telling it through dance like this, that's going to be really special. So where can we see these events? It's happening this weekend, right?
Yeah, so it's going to be at the Medicine Factory, and you can find out more at like either memphisflyer.com and go to like the events tab, or you can go online to their website. You can get tickets at tbt.ticketleap.com. And it's just really cool.
Yeah, so when you were researching and writing this article, what struck you as the most fascinating aspect? I mean, you're seeing a ballet theater doing all kinds of different stories, as we mentioned about Ernestine and Hazel's very iconic place downtown, and the Ansdale Mansion, another place. I mean, these are staples of, Memphis architecture and folklore going back decades, hundreds of years.
Yeah. So when I was talking to Erin Walter, who's the artistic director, like I mentioned, we've spoken on the phone for like over an hour about like all these stories that she's talking about, because there's so much history that I don't know about, and I'm assuming other people don't. This might be ignorant, but like for me, I didn't know that Machine Gun Kelly was an actual gangster. I thought he was a rapper married to Megan Fox. So they're doing a dance on him and I think his life, but they're also talking about William Faulkner and his muse. I think her name was Joan Williams, and she was a novelist too. And like they were at least love letters back and forth to each other. And so that dance is going to have choreography is set to like actors reading out these love letters that they have between each other and talking about writing and stuff. And in order to like make that dance, Walter talked to like an author of a book that described this like romance that not a lot of people like know about, I don't think. And it's obviously like based in Memphis. The lady, Joan Williams, is from Memphis, and yeah, there's just so many other stories. And there's like, I don't know if you're familiar with Pink Lizzie, but she's like a really famous ghost story, and they're gonna do like that dance in the basement to make it spooky. So it's gonna be really fun.
Now, there's so many different ghosts in Memphis, Abigail. Which one are you referring to? Is this the one at the Orpheum?
No, this is she was the ghost that haunted the Brinkley Girls' School from like I think the 1800s, and basically she like appeared to the student while she was playing piano, and she was like this dressed in pink and like all gross looking and emancipated, and she looked dead, and she appeared to this girl and was like talking about her father. Her father used to own the house before, and there's this whole like fiasco around it because like the news picked up on the story like nationally, and it just kind of like spread, and like it got all these like seances and attracted all this like press. And then there's something about a jar, like she had to like go find a jar that Pink Lizzie wanted her to find, and it's supposed to have like all these secrets to the building. So she found the jar, and then they were gonna have this like big ceremony and open it up to the public, but then they lost the jar the night before. It's a really interesting story. I would recommend looking into it because it's wild. It's like there's so many areas of it.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's books written about various haunted areas all throughout Memphis. I mean, the Orpheum and Ernestine and Hazel's, and also Buddy. I mean, any of these places, when you have a town that's so rich in history and so old, you're going to have these kind of hauntings and stuff. But it sounds fascinating. I eat all that stuff up. What else can I want to point people again to your article here at the Memphis Flyer. It's on newsstands right now, and there it is, stepping out, where you're talking about these 901 stories in this dance theater, the Tennessee Ballet Theater, doing these stories through dance and talking about all these different things that are happening. And it's this Friday and Saturday, May 12th and 13th, with performances at 7 and 8:30. What else can we talk about, Abigail? This is fascinating.
Yeah. Well, Jordan occasionally will be emceeing. They're a singer in Memphis, and then they're also having Morgan McKinney from Acre, and she will be making cocktails, and one of them will be a Pink Lizzie like special cocktail. I'm not sure what that's going to look like yet, but I mean, it's a Pink Lizzie, you got to order it. Yeah, so that's supposed to be fun too.
Excellent, excellent. Well, Abigail, we appreciate you joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk, telling us about a fascinating story that people can read at not only Memphis Flyer on newsstands now, but also memphisflyer.com. Abigail, we appreciate it. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, in Arkansas, the Osceola Fire Department is going to tackle jobs thanks to a donation from Big River Steel. It gave firefighters new equipment yesterday. The company said making an impact in the community is a big deal to them.
I mean, this stuff we use every day. Every department uses it. And the cost of everything nowadays, it's outrageous. And getting help like this from BRS is great.
The fire chief said having the partnership with Big River Steel also very important to maintaining connections in the community. All right, day 3 of the World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest. Everyone who's anyone in barbecue will be at Tom Lee Park today. Bria Bolden reports teams are prepping for a busy weekend, hoping to take home some top prizes.
Ribs, pulled pork, and more on smokers and grills on day 2 of the World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest.
Hey, we're looking for the big bad wolf.
We all know Memphis teams know good barbecue. Woody Coleman and his team have been competing since the start. How's it going to be here 46 years?
Well, it'll feel a lot better when it's 50.
Coleman says the best part of coming back year after year, cooking for the team and family.
We hope we cook the best barbecue for our friends and everybody has a good time. That's where we started, and that's our main concept right now is friends and family and having a good time and watching it grow.
Mike Rood and his team agree. He's been in the competition since 1998.
And it's just like being on a sports team. You all each have a job and you work together. A little bit more tired than I was in any sport I ever played, but that's the fun and the thrill of winning that keeps you going.
Jack Woods is competing for a 4th year with this team, sharing their secret to winning the shoulder competition.
The rub that we use is real sweet and savory, and it's just a perfect blend for pork. It's got a little bit of salt in it, and it just carries it across the finish line like you wouldn't believe it.
Thursday's Miss Piggy Idol contest emceed by a familiar face.
The amazing and just downright interesting competition and first competition of this barbecue cooking contest this year, the Miss Piggy Idol contest.
Day 2 ending with a bang with Memphis's own Al Capone and the Sugar Hill Gang ahead of the first set of awards on Friday.
Another new flight coming to Memphis International Airport. Southwest launching service between Memphis and Washington, D.C. It'll start later this summer through July 11th. It is certainly something exciting for so many people who like to attend D.C. Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas and the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The National Drowning Prevention Alliance. It is such an important organization. I remember when my kids were really little, we had our pediatrician tell us the #1 killer of small children is drowning. It's water. And it is so prevalent across the country. In fact, childhood drowning incidents are on the rise, reaching historic highs in some areas. And that's why we are talking about water safety, water activity. We got right now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, Adam Kaczmary. He is joining us. He's the executive director of the National Drowning Prevention Alliance to talk about this very issue. Adam, good morning to you. How prevalent is childhood drowning? I know when my kids are older teenagers, but when they were little, our pediatricians stressed the fact that water, and specifically pools and lakes and that sort of thing, #1 killer of small children. Is that in fact the case? Has it gotten any worse or better?
Unfortunately, Andrew, the problem has gotten a little bit worse. You know, over the last 20 years, we were seeing a slight decline in our childhood drowning numbers year over year. And since the pandemic, we have that number has risen back up to where we were at in the late 1990s. And unfortunately, now we can report drowning is the single leading cause of death for children ages 1 to 4 and remains the second leading cause of injury death for children up to age 14. And for every 1 child that drowns fatally, the CDC reports another 8 are seen in an emergency department for a non-fatal drowning. But it's important to note that 40% of those require additional care. So the numbers are quite staggering.
They are. I mean, they really are. And the thing is, I know a couple of parents that have had that happen to them, and I just can't imagine. I can't imagine finding your child that is drowned in a swimming pool. Both instances that I know, that's what happened. It was a swimming pool. Let's talk about water safety advice, because all those all those parents of small children out there, they're probably looking for maybe a checklist or maybe just some bullet points if they go to someone's house or if they go on vacation or if they go somewhere and there's a pool, a body of water in the backyard. Let's talk about maybe some bullet points that parents can do to ensure safety for everybody, including the small children.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can go to ndpa.org. We have a ton of resources available. We recommend following what we call the 5 layers of protection. That includes barriers and alarms, restricting access and notifying when a child goes into an unauthorized area. Super important for backyard pools. It's important to note that 70% of our toddler drownings are happening during non-swim time. So when the child is least expected to be around the water, water's an attractive nuisance. So we want to make sure we're restricting that access access during swim times and during non-swim times, providing active adult supervision and making sure that supervisor is capable of recognizing a drowning and making sure they can safely respond to it. Third is water competency. The American Academy of Pediatrics recommends children can start swimming lessons as early as age 1 after consulting with the pediatrician. So get your children enrolled in high quality swim lessons as early as possible to learn basic skills. Fourth is the appropriate use of life jackets, making sure around especially natural bodies of water and when boating, children are always in a properly sized life jacket. And then fifth is making sure you're always ready for the unexpected with emergency preparations. Drowning happens often when we least expect it to. It's a tragic scenario, but making sure, we know how to make that 911 call, how to safely rescue a victim and provide that really high quality immediate CPR care with rescue breaths can mean the difference between life and death.
Adam, I got a question for you because, I constantly get this from other parents. When my kids were little, I put them in swim lessons when they were about a year or two old, and it really didn't do anything, in my view, in terms of like teaching them how to swim. If anything, it got them comfortable with water. And while there's some people that might say, hey, that's a good thing, you got them comfortable with water, I actually look at it as a negative thing because they're comfortable with water and they don't know how to swim. So then if they're alone and they see the water, oh, that's fun, and then they go in, they don't know how to swim, and there's a real danger with them drowning. Is that an issue that you see?
Well, that's why we recommend high quality swim lessons. We want to make sure that a child, even as early as age 1, is learning basic skills in the water. We want them to learn things like floating on the back. So if they fall in, they're able to right themselves, get air, and call for help. So there are water exploration or water play lessons that are available out there. And for some families, that may be the right fit. We've developed a swim lesson checklist that helps parents identify the right swim lessons for their family. Thinking about the risk and their child's access to water is also important in that. And the other, reminder is not just the child becoming overconfident, but the parent becoming overconfident after swim lessons. There's nothing that will drown-proof your child, including swim lessons. So just practicing one layer of protection does not reduce the risk. So even though swim lessons are a layer of protection, we still need that supervision, those barriers in place, life jackets when appropriate, to really substantially reduce that risk.
Any other misconceptions or misperceptions, common myths out there about drowning and water safety that you can debunk for some of the parents that are watching? We have thousands of people that watch us here on the Digital Desk.
Yeah, one of the major things is drowning is silent. It is fast. Many parents think it's going to be like it's portrayed in Hollywood in the films and on TV. Drowning is not a loud and pronounced event, especially with young toddlers. It is quiet, it is silent, and it can happen as little as 30 seconds. So, and like I said, it happens when we least expect it. 70% of our toddlers are drowning during non-swim time. So absolutely, we want to make sure swim time safety is important, but we also want to think about keeping our children safe after we're done swimming for the day. So, really those two big myths out there, we're really working hard to dispel this summer.
Adam, is there anything that you are extremely knowledgeable about this topic, of course. Is there anything else you want to mention, maybe other steps parents can take at home? We're about to go into the summer travel season. Anything else while parents are on vacation or where there's just open water that can help them?
Yeah, absolutely. And, we've developed a vacation water safety checklist that parents can go on to ndpa.org and access. And it walks them through just the things they should think about as they're planning for their vacation, they're booking their vacation. And, really when they get on their vacation, whether it's a hotel or a vacation rental property, being able to do a quick walkthrough, recognizing the safety features that are in place, and just having a water safety discussion with your family. So oftentimes with parents that have lost children that I work with, I hear the word I didn't know. I didn't know drowning was the leading cause of death for 1 to 4-year-olds. I didn't know the basic safety steps to take. And we have all that information available. We really just want people to be aware so they can make smart safety choices for their family this summer. Drowning is 100% preventable. It is an accident, but we really want to make sure we're keeping those safety steps in mind, because the reality is this happens far too often when parents are least expecting it.
ndpa.org. Adam Kaczmarczyk, Executive Director, I really appreciate this conversation, and I know our viewers find it so helpful and useful. Thanks for your time this morning.
Thank you for having me, Andrew. Really appreciate it.
Okay, check it out here. Whitehaven Healthy Community Day. That is tomorrow. It's May 20th, 8 until 1 o'clock. All kinds of different things there. Free health screenings. It is on 1300 Wesley Drive in Memphis in the community of Whitehaven. Let's bring in Dr. Apivia Stafford, the president of Methodist South Hospital, and talk more about the Healthy Community Day. Dr. Stafford, good morning. Tell us about it.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me. So tomorrow is our Whitehaven Health Day. We are excited. This year is very special. Not only are we providing our opportunity for the Whitehaven community to be engaged about their health, but also celebrating our anniversary. Methodist South has been the Whitehaven 50 years, and we just decided this year to combine the two.
Okay, so this is an annual event, and so there's probably some people who are familiar with it, but if someone's just joining us and they want more interest or more info about what's happening, I saw that there's all kinds of checkups. There's a walk plan. Tell me more.
So we're going to start the day off by having a fun walk. We'll be walking around the campus. Again, another opportunity for the community to get engaged with their health. We'll also have a number of screenings, blood pressure screening, cholesterol, blood glucose. We'll be having some activities powered by Cigna Healthcare. We'll also be having several vendors. It's a fun activity. There's some kids activities. We'll be talking about stroke preventative health, cardiovascular preventative health. So it's something for everyone in the family.
Dr. Stafford, tell me about the bracelets. I understand there's various bracelets that people can wear and collect.
Yeah, so like I mentioned, we've been in the Whitehaven community for 50 years. And so with that, we know that there's so many members of the community who have some type of connection. So we'll be having an opportunity for them to identify if they've been born here, if they worked at Methodist South, or if they have a family member who's been a part of our team. So they'll get that at the beginning of the event. And then we'll be highlighting those individuals throughout the day.
All right, I want to once again show the flyer that we're talking about here. This is tomorrow, an 8 a.m. fun walk, 9 to 1, a health fair at Methodist South Hospital. You've got all kinds of booths set up for blood pressure, cholesterol screenings, glucose checks, hearing tests, wellness, prevention, education, snacks, music, exercise. There's everything there. Cooking demonstrations, a scavenger hunt, inflatables for the whole family. I think we hit on most of these. Anything else, Doctor, that we can touch on about tomorrow's event that you want us to know?
No, just a big invitation for everyone. It's from 9 a.m. to 1. The fun walk is at 8, and it's a family fun-filled event. So again, it's twofold. It's one way to get engaged about your health, and then we're celebrating Methodist South Hospital being 50 years in the Whitehaven community.
Okay, wonderful. Dr. Apivia Stafford, we appreciate you, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
First Alert meteorologist Patrick Ellis here on ActionNews5.com and also our various digital platforms with you. Talking temperatures in the middle 80s for today, a mixture of sun and clouds, and an isolated shower or thunderstorm can't be ruled out as we roll through the afternoon hours. If you have plans heading out to the barbecue championship contest down at Tom Lee Park in downtown, hey, watch out for a pop-up downpour this afternoon, but for the vast majority of the day, probably going to be dry with a mixture of clouds and sunshine. Temperatures getting in the middle 80s, west and southwesterly breezes coming in here around 5 to 10 miles per hour. The bulk of our rain and storms, though, will likely come in during the overnight period tonight into the lead up for your Saturday morning. So late storms rolling in here, some of which could be heavy, could even be an isolated strong to severe thunderstorm, not out of the realm of possibility. I can't rule it out that we can see an isolated gusty storm or two this afternoon with those popcorn downpours, but the bulk of the rain and storms, again, maybe some gusty winds and hail potential in play there amid some heavy downpours. It's this storm system coming out of Oklahoma that will be shifting in our direction. Here's the thing, though. a lot of the model guidance today has slowed down considerably on the timing of getting this out. Yesterday, our thoughts were, okay, this will get on out of here fairly quickly and get out of here in time for the showboats and the Bluff City Fair, all these things going on this weekend, and even for the Barbecue Fest for tomorrow. Things are slowing down enough that we will keep a mention of a few showers in the forecast, especially if you're outside of 269 heading out towards northeast Mississippi, out towards the Tennessee River. We're probably going to keep the rain and clouds a little bit longer for the daytime hours for tomorrow. Eventually, we'll clear it all out, and weather looks pretty good for your Sunday, but we have to get there first. We also tonight have the Redbirds in town. First pitch at 81 degrees this evening at 7:05 at AutoZone Park. We'll go 76 at the seventh inning stretch, and last pitch about 74, but keep in mind there will be a chance for a couple of showers and storms, and by last pitch you may be looking off towards the north and west and seeing some flashes of lightning. That will come by way of some showers and thunderstorms making their way across the area. This is 3 o'clock this afternoon. A couple of pop-up downpours again underneath. Heavy rain, frequent lightning, gusty wind potential in play. As I mentioned, if you're looking north and west from AutoZone Park this evening, 9 o'clock this evening, you may notice some flashes of lightning. That's from thunderstorms in northeast Arkansas, shifting in our direction, moving across the Mississippi River as we head through 10, 11, midnight tonight. A few of these storms could be a bit gusty as they roll through our area. Temperatures will ease their way down through the 60s by early tomorrow morning and could have some lingering shower chances into the start of your Saturday morning. Most of it's out of here by lunchtime. The clouds may linger. A cool breeze filtering in here will keep temperatures in the lower to middle 70s. Speaking of what's happening tomorrow, showboats in town going for win number 3 over at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. Temperatures in the upper 60s at kickoff at 11:30, near 70 at the halftime, and we'll go 72 by the fourth quarter. Northeasterly breezes coming in there around 10 miles per hour. Hey, bright sunshine on the way for your Sunday, mixing with a few clouds. Will keep the rain chances pretty much at bay as high pressure builds into the area as we head towards next week. Temperatures creeping upward into the middle 80s, and mugginess will also gradually increase as well as we get closer and closer to Memorial Day weekend.
Check out the latest cover of La Prensa Latina. That is the largest bilingual newspaper in the Memphis area. And you can see there political and financial chaos. This is talking about the debt ceiling. Let's bring in Jairo Aquillo with La Prensa Latina to talk more about some of the headlines you will see in this week's edition. Jairo, good morning. How are you on this Friday?
Hey, good morning, Andrew. I'm good. As you see, the cover is on fire, as probably down in Washington.
Yeah, no question about it. So tell me about what that article focuses on inside the pages of La Prensa Latina.
Well, as you know, it's been all over the news with the U.S. Government default. So in this particular case, we wanted to make sure we did an overview of what it is, the job cuts, no social security checks, how consumers could be pinched by this U.S. government default. And really to understand what the problem is, if the government's legal borrowing is $31.4 trillion, is not raised or suspended by June 1st, it could mean financial havoc, right? So I think that, eventually the Democrats and the Republicans are going to come to an agreement. I think that by June 1st, we will see something happen. I mean, I think this is probably the 78th, 79th time this debt has been raised. So it will happen. I don't think the U.S. is going to be one of those countries that default. I mean, in the last 100 years, I think there's only been in the last 100 years, there's probably been about 6 countries that defaulted. And as strong as the U.S. is, and we should not see that in our country. So.
Okay, all right, and you can read this and much more at La Prensa Latina, also LaPrensaLatina.com. Want to move on to this story. This is about Malco and midweek at the Malco. Tell me more about this, Jairo.
Yeah, so there's a new film fest for all ages in Memphis. So this is, I think the tickets are like $3 per person. All the proceeds will benefit local children charities in the Mid-South. And you can see movies from like Sing 2, which is an amazing movie, Boss Baby, Trolls, Croods, Minions, Secret Life of Pets. I think you have that on the screen. The Bad Guys. And so we have a list on our website of the participating Malco, as well as you can read them online. We have all the participating Malco theaters that you can go to with your family and enjoy these movies, and know that these proceeds are going to help other children in need in the Mid-South with these local charities. So we're very proud to kind of partner with Malco and getting this information out to the Latino community.
Yeah, I mean, very family-friendly affair that all those movies listed. It's great to see. Again, you can see that list at laprensalatina.com. Anything else before we let you go, Jairo?
Well, you know, we have all of our information, our websites. One of our top trending stories, we've put in the website, volunteers from there's a local entrepreneur, Leti Barreto, and other local leaders in the Jackson Avenue area that kind of came together with the Memphis Stormwater and are doing a great job. And this is something I wanted to kind of highlight them this week, because they did a great job in going out last weekend and cleaning out the city. So this is just one of those small efforts, and one of those small good news is that probably doesn't make it into the news, but I wanted to make sure that I give them props, and also the city of Memphis Stormwater and everybody that participated in cleaning up the streets of the city of Memphis. And as well, you can read all of our information, like Andrew said, on laprensalatina.com. You can go to our social media. Our social media handle is La Prensa Latina Media. You can pick up our newspaper in over 250 distribution points all over the city, including the Memphis Public Library branches, farmers markets, anywhere Latinos frequent the most, you'll be able to see that. We have excellent recipes in our newspaper, so it's really a great tool for not just Americans to kind of know what's going on in the community, but also for newcomers of Latinos to pick up the newspaper and to also know what's going on in the American community. What are some of the resources that I can find that will help my family, especially those that just arrive?
Well said, Jairo. I really appreciate you. I appreciate Vivian and the rest of the team there at La Prensa Latina. Thanks very much. Enjoy your weekend.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Andrew.
I want to show you the latest edition of the Memphis Flyer on newsstands right now, and the cover story, it rings true for so many people, especially us that cover Memphis and the Mid-South. What is wrong with the MPD? What is wrong with the Memphis Police Department? And it is a deep dive into this topic, and it goes through several different layers. I want to bring in the author of this article with us on the digital desk, Chris McCoy, joining us now. And Chris, it's been a while. I hope you're doing well. And tell me about the reasons why you did a deep dive on this very issue.
Well, thanks for having me. You can see what I've been doing since I haven't been on the show for a little while. I've been working on this story. And that's one of the things that I love about writing for the Memphis Flyers, that we get a lot of room to write and to research stuff like this. So this really started off as I wanted to follow up on the police reform movement that had been around for a while, but gotten really seriously re-energized since the Tyree Nichols case. So I wanted to follow up on that, and I knew that that the movement had managed to pass some ordinances in City Council. So I started off talking to several of those people, and then expanded outward from there. And the lead in my story, which was the most shocking thing that I found out that I didn't know, was about the clearance rate. Now, a clearance rate is the measurement that the FBI uses to evaluate law enforcement, police departments like this. And that is the number of crimes that are reported versus the number of arrests that are made for those crimes. And the national average of that clearance rate for all crimes is around 54%. So 54% nationally of the crimes that get reported are followed up by an arrest. We don't know what happens after the arrest. or whatever. But that's the important part for this part. In Memphis, the Memphis Police Department, as of 2021, and these are the numbers from the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, their overall clearance rate is 22%. That's less than half the national average. For murder, the clearance rate was 38%. For theft from motor vehicles, the clearance rate was 3%. And for rape, the clearance rate was 17.8%. And that is, of the 332 rapes that were reported to the Memphis Police Department in 2021, 59 of them were solved.
Very
and this is not just a meaningless
numbers.
statistic.
Sorry, Chris.
These are not good numbers.
Yeah, no, very disturbing. I mean, I read your article, and I was fascinated by the data and the analytics. By the way, I appreciate that, being an analytical guy and looking at the clearance rate. And here's my thing. I can remember, along with you probably, when the first 48 was in Memphis about a decade or so ago, there was a lot of talk about how good our detectives were and how good our police department was in solving crimes, specifically homicides and murders. And I'm trying to figure out what happened in the decade since, because now we went from being way above average to now being, not even half, Chris. That is awful.
Mm-hmm. It's awful. Well, clearance rates have generally been going down nationwide since the late 50s, early 60s. And that they particularly accelerated during the war on drugs era, the downward slope of this, during the war on drugs era, when the emphasis in police training and police work was not going out and solving crimes so much as clearing corners and trying to, rounding up drug dealers and stuff like that. So they were more focused on that and less focused on, doing things like investigation, like we see on TV, right? Like you would see on the first 48. I think one thing that has been very difficult in the last decade, but not just in the last decade, in the last 20, 30 years, is people don't trust the police. The community does not trust the police department as much as it used to. And that's a big thing, because the police can't depend on tips to help solve crime. They can't depend on witnesses showing up if the witnesses don't trust the police. And a big knock on the trust of police, especially in the last year, has been the Tyree Nichols killing. And that's been extremely difficult for everyone. And it's become something of what they call a doom loop, not a virtuous cycle. Where the public trusts the police less, and the police make fewer arrests, and then the public trusts the police less for that. And the attempts to stop crime, to stop this doom loop, have a lot of times have been by sending out cops, teams of cops, to get tough on crime. That's what we saw in the Scorpion unit. For example. Yeah. And DA Steve Mulroy, who's one of the people that I talked to for this, when I asked him, what do you think happened with the Nichols case? He basically said that there was this supposedly elite crime unit, the Scorpion unit, who went out and started doing random traffic stops in order to pad their numbers, to make it look better. And they pulled over the wrong guy, and he was innocent, and things just got way, way out of hand. And as he says, the thing that comes up over and over in these conversations, is culture. That the police in the last few years, I think especially since in the War on Terror era, since 2001 or so, a lot of police have come to view the public as the citizens who they're supposed to be protecting, as an enemy force. And they are here to occupy and pacify this community, when really a policeman should think of themselves as a guardian, not not a soldier fighting, which is so much of the language that we use right now, but a guardian.
Yeah.
And that change in attitude has really hurt the relationship between the police and the community. So it goes down. You know, it's like I said, it's a doom loop. It's a downward spiral.
Chris McCoy joining us now to talk from the Memphis Flyer, the cover story here. He wrote, what's wrong with the MPD? We're having this discussion. It is the cover story that you can find on newsstands right now, the Memphis Flyer. You can also go to memphisflyer.com. I thought it was interesting, Chris, you brought up the last three prominent cases that really put a black eye on Memphis city as a whole. And when you talk with people who just love the city and the region as we do, seeing these type of cases just it breaks your heart. Yeah, the Eliza Fletcher case, Ezekiel Kelly, and Tyree Nichols. It really accentuates the negatives when we know that there are so many positives in this city. But what about solutions? How do we get to the solutions aspect? Because that was part of your article as well.
Yeah. Well, it's hard. And a lot of people said the same thing, which is there's not a magic bullet. We need to change the culture of the police department to make them think more like guardians and less like warriors. We need to address poverty in this city, which is, you know, you could have said that sentence anytime in the last 100 years, and it would still be accurate. If people feel like, young people especially, feel like they have hope, feel like they have a future in this community, who can see examples of other people succeeding that don't involve crime or whatever, then they will be less likely to turn to life on the street. You know, the solution is not to flood low-income and black neighborhoods with more police who have the warrior mentality, because we've tried that. We've been trying that, and it hasn't been working. It's not working. I mean, you can just look around and see that it's not working. So a lot of people, and look, these are big problems, okay? These problems are bigger than the Memphis Police Department. They're bigger than Memphis, okay? And several people who I spoke to took pains to say that this, you know, what we're saying here is not every individual Memphis policeman, police person is bad at their job. They're saying that they are not being given the training and they're not being given the opportunity to do the job because of the philosophy behind policing currently. So we've got to rethink the entire situation. And, you know, the police budget is about 38% of the city budget right now. And the people who say we need to spend more, a lot of people will say we need to spend more. We need to hire more police. You know, we're already spending a lot of money on this, and we're not getting our money's worth as it is. So maybe we need to think that first, right? Like I said, these are big, complicated questions, and I feel very privileged that I am able to take the time to do the research and talk to these people about the issue and lay it out for people, especially because we have a mayor's race coming up here. And this is, you know, obviously it's issue number one, I think, for everybody.
Oh, for sure. A1, absolutely. And Chris, if I haven't said it already, I commend you for writing this, taking the time to thoroughly go over piece by piece. It's almost like you peel back the onion of layer on layer here. You know, something that comes up all the time, and I'm sure you talk about it with some folks. I got people coming up to me all the time talking about this issue and solutions and how did we get here. And one of the discussions headlines, a lot of times it'll center around Willie Harrington's last Memphis police director, Larry Godwin. And I think it was his last year, maybe 10, 12 years ago, where he had under 100 homicides for the calendar year. And when you think about that, compared to what we're dealing with now, where it's around 300 or so a year, and we had under 100 under Larry Godwin's last year as police director, it's astounding. It's like, how do we get back there? Because it wasn't that long ago.
No, it wasn't. And you know what the number one difference between then and now was? Gun laws. There are a lot more guns on the street now because the Tennessee legislature repealed, they said that you don't have to have a permit to carry. So there, arguments that 10 years ago would have ended in a fist fight or some yelling now end in people shooting at each other because everybody has guns. And the huge spike in car break-ins is also related to that because the most of the people who are breaking into these cars, they're looking for guns in the glove compartment, guns that people have left in their car. The current police chief, C.J. Davis, her first day on the job, she got her gun stolen out of her car. Right.
Yep.
So that's a big deal. And then once again, this is the problem that's bigger than Memphis. This is a part of the problem that's been imposed on us by the state. But all of these problems are huge. I noticed that there is a ordinance going in front of the city council to put a permitted to roll back some of those lax gun laws, at least in Memphis, at least in here. And we'll just see how that, and they're going to put that to voters. That's the plan for a referendum. So we'll see if that can change. But the biggest difference in the murder rate, it comes down to there's just more guns out there.
Listen, Chris McCoy, we got to run, but always appreciate the discussion. Thank you so much. And again, you can read it on the pages of Memphis Flyer, memphisflyer.com. Have a good one.
First Alert meteorologist Patrick Ellis here on ActionNews5.com and also our various digital platforms with you. Talking temperatures in the middle 80s for today, a mixture of sun and clouds, and an isolated shower or thunderstorm can't be ruled out as we roll through the afternoon hours. If you have plans heading out to the barbecue championship contest down at Tom Lee Park in downtown, hey, watch out for a pop-up downpour this afternoon, but for the vast majority of the day, probably going to be dry with a mixture of clouds and sunshine. Temperatures getting in the middle 80s. West and southwesterly breezes coming in here around 5 to 10 miles per hour. The bulk of our rain and storms, though, will likely come in during the overnight period tonight into the lead up for your Saturday morning. So late storms rolling in here, some of which could be heavy, could even be an isolated strong to severe thunderstorm, not out of the realm of possibility. I can't rule it out that we can see an isolated gusty storm or two this afternoon with those popcorn downpours, but the bulk of the rain and storms, again, maybe some gusty winds and hail potential in play there amid some heavy downpours. It's this storm system coming out of Oklahoma that will be shifting in our direction. Here's the thing, though. A lot of the model guidance today has slowed down considerably on the timing of getting this out. Yesterday, our thoughts were, okay, this will get on out of here fairly quickly and get out of here in time for the showboats and the Bluff City Fair, all these things going on this weekend, and even for the barbecue fest for tomorrow. Things are slowing down enough that we will keep a mention of a few showers in the forecast, especially if you're outside of 269 heading out towards northeast Mississippi, out towards the Tennessee River. We're probably going to keep the rain and clouds a little bit longer for the daytime hours for tomorrow. Eventually, we'll clear it all out, and weather looks pretty good for your Sunday, but we have to get there first. We also tonight have the Redbirds in town. First pitch at 81 degrees this evening at 7:05 at AutoZone Park. We'll go 76 at the seventh inning stretch, and last pitch about 74, but keep in mind there will be a chance for a couple of showers and storms, and by last pitch you may be looking off towards the north and west and seeing some flashes of lightning. That will come by way of some showers and thunderstorms making their way across the area. This is 3 o'clock this afternoon. A couple of pop-up downpours again underneath Heavy rain, frequent lightning, gusty wind potential in play. As I mentioned, if you're looking north and west from AutoZone Park this evening, 9 o'clock this evening, you may notice some flashes of lightning. That's from thunderstorms in northeast Arkansas, shifting in our direction, moving across the Mississippi River as we head through 10, 11, midnight tonight. A few of these storms could be a bit gusty as they roll through our area. Temperatures will ease their way down through the 60s by early tomorrow morning and could have some lingering shower chances into the start of your Saturday morning. Most of it's out of here by lunchtime. The clouds may linger. A cool breeze filtering in here will keep temperatures in the lower to middle 70s. Speaking of what's happening tomorrow, showboats in town going for win number 3 over at Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium. Temperatures in the upper 60s at kickoff at 11:30, near 70 at the halftime, and we'll go 72 by the fourth quarter. Northeasterly breezes coming in there around 10 miles per hour. Hey, bright sunshine on the way for your Sunday, mixing with a few clouds. We'll keep the rain chances pretty much at bay as high pressure builds into the area as we head towards next week. Temperatures creeping upward into the middle 80s, and mugginess will also gradually increase as well as we get closer and closer to Memorial Day weekend.
All right, that does it for us here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Have yourself a wonderful weekend. Action News 5 midday coming up at the top of the hour. You can join us once again on the Digital Desk bright and early Monday morning. New start time, 7 a.m. Have a great weekend.